poorly. You know who that was?
Sure.
The Nazis.
Yeah.
The Nazis.
I was
What
about
are the
to- you could-
Secret Service's initials, boys?
SS.
I'm just saying. I mean,
It's no coincidence, right?
yeah, definitely not.
So yeah, that article that you linked, that's when I was there. Swear to God, on my life.
That's a bummer.
That is incredible.
So all that shit you see in that photo of her, like that shit is all staged. They fucking cleared that place out. I mean, they were there pushing people, getting them out. There was like Chinese security and police there, but they were also getting people out. But like, it was really fucked up. It was surreal. And I couldn't believe that it happened to me. Like, I worked my ass off my whole life. I finally was like having this like potentially once in a lifetime experience, and I have to leave because of Michelle Obama. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, on one hand, I get like needing to lock somewhere down because like high profile public officials are coming through, but also like, oh, excuse me, Jesus Christ, you can't fucking do that to like a tourist attraction, you know, or at least like schedule a time and be like, yo, and like Michelle Obama's coming in here in 2 weeks. Can you just like put up a sign in advance and say like parks closed or something? Just so like, I feel like that's less trouble for everybody because then you don't need Secret Service to do crowd control, and like nobody has their once in a lifetime vacation interrupted. You know what I mean? Like,
she will
I don't know.
forever plague this podcast. That Michelle Obama.
Okay, so
I need to bring up one very specific thing that is literally breaking fucking news. Okay, so let me. This is going to take a little bit to set this up, okay? So going back to Twitch streamers for a second, I don't know if there's no shot either of you are aware of this, but Pokimane, who is like one of the most popular female streamers.
For a second there, I thought you were just saying Pokemon wrong on purpose.
No. Her name is Pokimane, and that's like a play on Pokemon and her first name, right? But anyway, she had like a big announcement this morning, and everyone thought, oh, nice, she's going to OnlyFans, finally. No, turns out she's partnering, or she's co-founding this talent agency that's under the umbrella of the same company that now owns Evo. After all the shit happened with Mr. Wizard, okay?
Oh, okay.
After all the shit happened with Mr. So Pokimane, I'm not making this up, has a legitimate stake in Evo. Like,
good
she
for
is.
her. God damn.
Check this shit out. She just tweeted this because people like FGC has been blowing up all day, telling her like, "Yo, put Marvel back in fucking Evo top 8 and shit." Look at this. This is her private Twitter account. Yo, she just posted hashtag free MVC2, and people are losing their fucking minds.
That's legitimately the sickest thing ever.
She is my fucking queen. I've been saying it for years. Everyone's made fun of me. I do not care. I will bow at her feet.
She has always been a very savvy businesswoman.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. She does not play fucking games. If she plays a lot of video games, but my point being, if she brings Marvel to Evo, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself. It's gonna be so sick. Like I'm gonna ritual suicide on some shit.
I know vaguely who she is, but I've never watched her stream or anything like that. But if she has to do commentary with Yipes, that's gonna be the dopest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my fucking God! Oh my fucking God!
I think she should like kill Gutex on stream and like claim PogChamp for herself.
Dude, that whole situation really fucks me up with bring back Gutex, because I've talked about it a little bit before, and I won't go like too deep, but there was an old forum called SRK, shoryuken.com, and I played a lot of competitive Street Fighter, so I hung out there all the time, so I knew all these people. Do you know who Vampy Bit Me is?
Yes.
Like I knew her vaguely through someone who knew her through there. Like I knew all these people who are like fucking famous as shit now. There was a dude named Hans who like went to work for Twitch before they were Twitch and helped launch it into Twitch. Had casual conversations with Mike Ross and all just all these people who like blew the fuck up. Yeah. It's just wild.
No, I used to be super into Street Fighter 5, and it blew my mind that I didn't know for the longest time that Gutex was the PogChamp guy, and I found that out when he came out as like a QAnon truther type guy.
Yeah, like anti-vax hyper.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
He would be a great guest for the podcast, honestly.
That he would
I'm
actually.
sure you could get him to say some weird shit. Absolutely.
He was always like a really forward thinker. So he used to have a podcast in 2007. And it was just like the SoCal Street Fighter podcast, and it was all about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, because there was a big community of those guys in LA. So he was like always on this, and he was pushing, like, I had a disagreement with him because I was not into esports. I was like, I don't give a fuck about esports. I just want to play Street Fighter. And he was all like, no, we got to do like more exhibitions and high level tournaments. No, because without going too much into it, like fighting game competitions are always open. Like, you don't have to qualify, you don't have to do anything. You just show up and play. Best player there that day wins. There's no circuit, there's no league, there's
like
no
qualifier. You just show up, you throw down.
You just show up and play. And esports wants to like wall that off. You have to qualify, you have to be sponsored, you have to be.
That's how you find some of the best talent, though. Is just some fucking like random teenager walks in with like a GameCube controller and like fucking like cleans up in Hearthstone, and you're like, how is he playing with a GameCube controller? Like, what's happening? You know, you
get the best stories that way too. Like, a dude saved up his like community in Colombia, saved up all the money so he could fly here and play and beat everybody in Marvel 3.
Everybody likes an underdog
like
story. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
That stuff is awesome, and that's kind of like what defines a lot of fighting games for me, is like just that the best player on any given day, not necessarily the best player of all time or anything, but the best player will win that tournament that day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So there is
I can't believe Pokimane is gonna bring Marvel back to Evo.
Dude, that's kind of the tightest thing I've ever heard, actually. Like, because Marvel 2 is the shit. Like,
I'm fucking reeling. Can you imagine Evo 2022? They start doing the fucking game lineup, and it cuts to the couch, and instead of Mr. Wizard's fat ass fucking McRib eating pedophile fucking ass sitting on the couch, it's just Pokimane. She's got Yipes and fucking Mike Ross talking. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose.
How? You know what's awesome is like how the McRib meme, how far that spread.
Oh yeah,
because that was like that was like an inside insult to him on the SRK forums.
Yeah,
because of course he was like the power mod, and people were like, "Oh, you got to pay him off in McRibs," and how much like people would talk shit about him all the time because he was fat too.
Yeah, right. But I really like McRibs.
I mean, well, whatever.
I can't blame you.
Like,
I mean,
they're delicious. What?
Don't fuck kids.
Limited edition food.
Is that what he got? Like, was that what?
Yeah, he used to actually not even fucking kids. The story of Mr. Wizard is a very strange one. He used to go to like at these like big tournaments and stuff, he would meet up with like younger players and bring them to his hotel room, and he would like convince them to like play him in games, and once that was done, he would like start sexting them afterwards. Like, not even, this is gonna sound so bad. Not even being like man enough to just abuse them. He would like try to slide into these kids' DMs. Like, dude, what are you doing? You're 400 fucking pounds. Like, it's so disgusting, man.
There was an arcade called Southern Hills Golfland, and he would be there, and he would like pay kids in tokens to like take their shirts off and jump in the fountains and stuff outside.
Yeah,
the mini
weird shit. Weird type shit.
But he always kept it like, you know how it sounds when you say it like that's weird, but you know it's more like he would always play it off like in person from the stories I've heard from other people. It would never be like, it'd always be like, hey, I'll give you 5 tokens to just take your shirt off and jump in the, you know, it was always like a dare kind of thing, and it was never
give it context so it wasn't like super weird. Yeah,
it's only like more creepy in hindsight with the other stuff coming out. But so it was creepy, but it was never like, people were always like, how did you not know? How did you not know? I was like, well, it wasn't. It was just like kind of like.
It's one thing if you tell a kid like, hey, do a kickflip, I'll give you 10 tokens, or hey, do a backflip, I'll give you 10 tokens. Why you got to throw the fucking like take your shirt off part in there? That's the shit that like.
Well, it was like they had like a fountain in like the mini golf thing, so it was like daring people to jump in it, you know.
Fuck that. That
dude's but anyway, it's always weird when this stuff comes to the forefront, because I was like privy to so much of it for so long, like in the like always being on the cusp of like almost being a good player, and then like knowing all these people.
Hey, fucking, I think still GameStop regional top 8, right? Or national top 8?
Yeah, I won the first round of that tournament, and I almost made top 16.
Yo, good shit.
There you go.
And then I did. That's like my crowning achievement in fighting games. So that was like my. And then I pretty much.
Mine was taking a set off of fucking Golden Sun in Street Fighter V when it came out. Actually, that's not true. I actually
you fucking bodied NuckleDoo. I remember you.
I did body NuckleDoo.
You didn't just like beat him. You fucking bodied him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit.
God damn.
Yeah, that's like, I have that old YouTube video of one of our friends playing against Mike Ross, and he has Mike Ross on. Mike Ross won the first round. Comes the second round, he's perfecting Mike Ross, just fucking destroying him. Mike Ross has a pixel of health left and does a full comeback.
Yeah.
It's the fucking... He's so sick. He's just so good.
You know what's really crazy, too, is I remember that exact same thing happening to that same friend of ours at a real-life tournament against a Blanca. Do you remember that?
I do remember
the fucking Blanca that had Ultra 2, and all we were like everyone was screaming, like, just don't jump, just don't jump. And he fucking jumps. Yeah, and then Blanca Ultra 2s and just kills him from like 70%.
That's the old rule for like fighting games, to like separate a good player from like a new player, is like if they jump a lot.
Yeah, if they jump in. I mean, that's like one of the first things you learn when you're like getting like actually like learning the meta for a fighting game is just jumping in. You'll get your shit slapped every time.
Right. Almost every character can beat a jump in. It's almost never worth it. But like, we're probably getting too high level about fighting games.
No such thing. Pokemon's gonna bring back Marvel. Everyone's about
I guess
it's
on topic, like, dude, because now what's tight is she's super popular, right?
Yeah, dude. She is the most recognizable female gamer on the planet.
She's about to teach everyone like Strider Doom loops. These kids have no idea.
Can you imagine Pokemon starts up stream tomorrow? Hey guys, so I'm here.
Activate Ouroboros.
So I'm about to try the Iron Man Infinite for the first time. Wish me luck. Thanks for the primes.
Just
and then
crushes it.
Sitting there for the next 6 fucking hours trying to do the Iron Man Infinite, listening to the video. Light punch, heavy kick, heavy punch. Oh,
I would love to play against her and just do the Juggernaut glitch. And do like the fucking Juggernaut BB Hood 100%. Like you just mash
fucking boot up Champ Edition, give her the Guile handcuffs across the screen, get her crying like that one lady did in the Mortal Kombat 11 tournament. Did you see that, Slick? Have you ever seen that video?
I didn't see that.
Okay, so there was like a big was it Mountain Dew? No. So there was like an AT&T like national online tournament for a bunch of different games, like racing games, shooters, fucking Fall Guys, and like all these other arcade games. But Mortal Kombat 11, this was recent.
Okay.
But Mortal Kombat 11 was also in the lineup, and Shiva in Mortal Kombat 11 has a move where if you press down up, I think heavy punch, she does an unblockable, and safe, jump where she jumps off of your screen. She jumps into the air really high. And then she tracks wherever your character is, and she lands on top of you and slams you for like 15% health. So if you land it like 7 times or something,
that was okay.
Well,
oh my god!
Here's the thing: against any player that knows the matchup or knows what they're doing, it's a total gimmick. Like all you have to do is dash out of the way at the last second, or a lot of characters have moves to beat it. But this poor girl was playing, and the person she was playing against just did this to her like over and over again for 2 rounds in a row, and by the end of it she's literally in tears, and she's like, I thought this was gonna be fun. And everyone in the comments is like, button? The FGC bitch learn. Well, no, it was unblockable. It's literally unblockable.
It's unblockable. There's a video of Justin Wong playing
you go learn
Mortal Kombat Online or something.
Like that. Yeah, it was like that.
And it's like a 7-year-old kid, and he's like, hey, I'm 7, go easy on me. And then Justin Wong just destroys him, and he's like, welcome to the real world, kid.
No mercy.
You go learn today.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Dude, the FGC is so ruthless, man. I fucking love it.
Dude, it was bad back in the day. Like, I can't like people trying to like clean up their past and hide stuff, like disavow it, but I have some of that shit saved, like the old arcade trash talk videos from Chinatown Fair in New York and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of gaming, like competitive gaming spaces have been for a while. It was definitely and I don't say this affectionately, like a huge boys club type thing where people would just like say and get away with some of the most fucked up shit.
Yeah, but that's because like the culture around that time, like FGC was always very poverty, and that's because like it's cheaper to go to an arcade and put 25 cents in and play for as long as you are good, rather than pay $500 for an Atari console and play Nintendo games at home. So I mean, like when you have that type of people playing those types of games, hip hop was huge at the time.
Yeah.
Action movies were big at the time. Of course, it's going to be a bunch of violent fucking teens who just want to, like, push your shit in, call you the N word, fucking all sorts. Like it was, it's just fucking.
Well, yeah,
I would say not even boys club. It was just like hood rats doing hood rat shit. Like that's
fighting games is much more diverse than other genres of games.
Yeah, than literally any other genre of games, I would say.
If you were white in fighting games, you were in the minority.
Yeah.
Like you were not the majority there. It was it's mostly.
I say that like obviously like it's not great like how hostile that sort of like community is to women for like a lot of reasons, but also on the other hand it does sort of like you guys were saying give it that like kind of DIY, like anyone can walk in off the street and if you're hot shit and can clean up, you win, and that's that, like you don't need to like come from prestige or anything. Like if you can put a controller in your hands and clean up, then fucking hell,
Yeah, it was very much like an earn your keep type thing.
Yeah.
As far as it being diverse, it's really funny because like I'm sure Slick and I could go back and forth, and if you just name a race or like an ethnicity of people, we could just tell you what game they play.
Tell me, yeah, you name an ethnicity or a fucking country, and I'll say what fighting game
Mexicans.
they probably play. King of Fighters,
of course, right? Koreans,
Tekken,
of course. Fuck. What else we got?
Turkey.
Turkish
probably
also
Street Fighter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe
Street Fighter.
Tekken, but I would say Street Fighter.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe Street Fighter. Street Fighter is kind of like a coverall because like everyone plays a little bit of Street Fighter.
Street Fighter is pretty popular everywhere.
Yeah, black people love Marvel.
Yeah. It depends though, because a lot of ATL, if they're from Atlanta, they might play Tekken.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't know what
like,
it is.
Like Lil Majin, that dude's fucking goated.
Yep, there's a huge Tekken scene inside of Atlanta. I think it's because Atlanta has a lot of Koreans. I don't know if that's part of it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know
it's
that.
Crazy. Yeah. The crazy part about fighting games is that because they started in an arcade setting rather than an at-home or like LAN center setting.
Yeah.
It was very much like not just playing the games, but also like a social experience, because while you're waiting for your turn on the machine, you have to do something, and there was no cell phones, so you gotta talk to people and learn their names and talk to them and eventually become friends. You talk shit, you do this, that, and the other,
or you hate each other, one of the two,
or you hate each other's guts and stab each other.
Exactly.
I think everybody who spent any amount of time in an arcade has at least one knife or gun story.
Oh,
like
definitely.
Getting pulled, and if it's Street Fighter, it's almost always over throws. People hated throws back in the day. If you threw somebody enough times, they would stab you.
I mean, I guess that's a good way to like enforce a rule set.
Right, like I have at least 2 stories like that where it was just like you know they're just blocking, so you just walk up and throw them, and like, you throw me again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. So you throw them again, like fuck you, and then they pull a knife or something, and it's like,
oh, Jesus Christ,
die over this. It was a quarter, bro.
It's like chill, dude.
I think that's another big thing about fighting games is it costs money to play them. You paid per play, and the better you were, the more you played for cheap.
The more you got out of a quarter. Yeah.
So there was always an element of gambling, which specifically spread to Marvel. If you're familiar with the money match, oh my god, the money matches! If they bring that back.
Pokemon's sitting there. She just throws down 5,000 gifted subs for whoever can beat her in a first to 5.
Well, like, what if like she like starts like throws up a money match in like Dark Prince versus Clockwork? Do you remember Dark Prince?
I do remember that.
These guys were threatening to kill each other over Marvel, dude, and they were playing like $5,000 and $10,000 money matches and stuff.
Jesus.
You've definitely seen the low tier god, fucking Viscant first to 10, right?
Yes.
With Mike Ross
yes, I
and
love
Aris
that.
Commentating.
I fucking love that.
That shit is legendary. That's a video anybody, like, dude, no matter what your level of enjoyment is of like fighting games, should watch, because it's so fucking funny.
What's hilarious is when Viscant faces down low tier god at the end, It looks exactly like the Street Fighter Alpha 2 cover where we used looking up at Sagat. Yeah. It looks exactly like it. It was like, holy shit.
Fucking life imitates art, dude. It's so fucking funny. Oh.
It's always perfect when matchups like that come together and you're like, holy shit, this is like the Clash of the Titans. This is nuts.
Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna just link that picture because that is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That's gonna be the thumbnail for this video.
Yeah. You got the Bae face in the background.
Like the shot.
Like,
that's
they
beautiful.
didn't even have that looks exactly like the real cover.
Yeah, it's
like
so
that was
funny.
not. They didn't edit like those heads there. That's the exact position they were in, like in there, and then that's Akuma on that cover. But I thought it was Sagat.
I thought it was Sagat too for some reason.
Maybe I'm in the wrong universe again.
I'm not like a fighting game OG like you guys sound like. I recently like got into fighting games. Like I picked it up at Street Fighter 5. So like I have friends who are like really deep into the FGC community, but like I'm not old blood like anyone else. And it always fucked with me so hard that Akuma wasn't from Street Fighter, and he's like the one crossover character in SFV, and I always think he's from Street Fighter.
He's from Street Fighter,
Tekken, right?
No, he's from Street Fighter.
Or
you're the one in Tekken, right?
Wait, is he from Tekken or Street Fighter?
He's from Street Fighter. He was the first guest character in Tekken 7, I think.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I have no fucking clue what's going on then, because I had friends tell me he was from Street Fighter, and he was from Tekken, and now I've confused myself. Damn.
Yeah, so he's from Street Fighter. He was like a hidden boss, and he's
cool.
in Tekken. So here's I'll give you some stupid backstory. There was a game called Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and Bandai and Capcom signed a deal, and they were each going to make a crossover game. So there was going to be a Tekken Cross Street Fighter in 3D, and then a Street Fighter Cross Tekken in 2D. Street Fighter Cross Tekken did come out in like 2011, and it's not a great game.
Stank. That shit stunk.
It has some interesting stuff, but they like made like there's like a gem system where you get like these you can pop abilities, and they were all DLC, so not like it was really bad. That was really terrible. Terrible. So they ruined the game because of that. And so then Bandai like they just scrapped it, so they weren't making it anymore. But they had the Akuma stuff done, so they put him in Tekken.
Oh, so that's why he's a guest we got him anyway.
Yeah, and apparently Fireball's wreck shit because I heard he was really good.
He's still really good. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
And I hate it because my best character in Street Fighter 5 is Karen, and I can't fucking stand her. So like,
what do you mean, bro? That laugh when she does her super? Come on, homie.
I can't fucking stand it. It drives me crazy, and she's my best character, and I hate it.
She's so tight. She's like the original white Instagram girl.
Right.
Oh yeah, like, and she just has vicious frame traps, and I love the way you can set people up on her. If I could mute her and just turn her into like a gray wireframe model, I would. Just like I just give me the move set. I cannot stand the character. She drives me crazy.
That's how I feel about most women. I wish I could just mute them. That was a joke.
Remember, oh my god, at work I said this in front of our like one of the co-founders of the company, and thank god he's like a wicked fucking cool guy, like and so we were all in a meeting and stuff like that, and my manager, he's wicked fucking cool. He's like 1 year older than me. He's 26, I'm 25, so it's kind of a funny dynamic because like obviously he's my manager, so like, you know, I follow his lead, but he's also just wicked fucking cool, and so like I'm used to talking to him like as an equal, and so we're sort of in like a strategy meeting with like one of the co-founders of the company who's this really intense guy. And I remember I was sitting there and we're all on a call and like had our cameras on, and I was sort of like chatting, and this like one of the co-founders goes, "All right, so any thoughts, guys?" And I'm sitting there and I go without thinking, I'm like, I probably don't hang out with enough women. and this his name is Rickard, one of the co-founders. He just sort of like stared at his screen, and I was like, oh, God, he's like I said, he's a wicked cool guy. He thought it was fucking hilarious because he realized like I legitimately just blurted that out because I was like just like so like I had my guard down and I totally like forgot we were in a work meeting, and he was like, yeah, so any thoughts? I was like, I don't hang out with enough women. And I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe that just came out of my mouth like in front of one of the co-founders. Oh my God. Like I said, he thought it was hilarious. He was like a really, he's not the kind of guy where he's gonna have my head over that, but he was like, what? Like, it was just so like not the tone. It was like not what the room was even a little bit. And it was also, this is just totally non sequitur. This is just me like shit talking at this point. So you guys know Blue Apron, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Their CISO is a fucking dickhead. Blue Apron CISO is a fucking asshole, and I stand him. This is probably going to publish online. Whatever.
What is a CISO?
Chief Information Security Officer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, and like
I figured it was some kind of C-suite person, but I didn't know exactly.
Yeah, chief yeah, he had a security pretty much. And like there's like a difference between like being kind of like curt or like abrupt in like a business interaction or like, not exchanging formalities or whatever, but he literally would like, short of actually swearing at us, he would be like, this is unacceptable. Like, do you guys really like get out of bed and do this every day? Like, are you trying to sell me a product right now? And oh my God, I was like boiling every fucking time he would like something wouldn't work and he'd talk shit, like not even like about us, like at us to our faces in a call. He like would just insult our intelligence, and every fucking time it was something he was doing, and I was like ready to rip his and my head off in like a simultaneous murder suicide.
You know what's funny is I'm looking at the Alex Jones Bohemian Grove footage right now. I see that guy right there. He's right in the middle.
That makes sense.
Right there.
That makes sense.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, sometimes I deal with entitled pricks like that. I'm lucky in that I deal only with internal people within like a IT organization. So like I don't have to deal with Well, I have to do some vendor shit now, but most of it is when I had encountered people like that in the past. It's usually like that behavior is a cover for their own insecurity.
Oh yeah,
because they don't actually know
swagger.
half the shit they. Yeah. There's when you work in like anything in like IT, engineering, anything with like a lot of nerdy people, there is like the Dunning-Kruger effect is amplified by like a billion. Because there's people who do know a little bit and they think they know more than God. Like it's insane. They just know a couple of things and they talk so much shit.
Like, first of all, did you say you worked in IT?
I do.
Oh, brother, you've been in the trenches, my brother. So my last job before this was I worked IT in healthcare for care managers for like mental health. And I think for counting myself, the IT department for 800 care managers, not counting like support staff like HR and stuff, which we also had to support. Counting me, the IT department was 2 people.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, that was a fucking living nightmare. And I'm sure you have stories too. Some of the like, I was shocked that they were like able to like operate like a fucking like rubber hose without electrocuting themselves to death. Like how competent they were with technology.
There are people I question how they know how to breathe. Because
where you're like, how did you dress yourself? Like, do you also dress yourself?
I don't expect,
like, holy shit.
I actually don't expect people to know really anything about technology. I'm pretty like easygoing about certain things. But when it's like, my computer doesn't work And then I go there and it's not plugged into the wall.
You're like, oh,
and I'm like, why is it not plugged in? And she's like, well, I unplugged it to take the power strip out for something else. I'm like, well, then so why would you think the computer would work?
Now?
So there are people like that.
Work now. Yeah.
Yeah, there are people who don't understand that computers have to be hooked up to electricity to run, and that surprises me. They're not super old. They're not foreign. They're not from a place with no electricity.
They just don't know.
They just literally don't understand the concepts of electricity. And we touched on this on like another earlier episode of the podcast, so I won't get into it. But I've noticed like people think younger people should know more about tech because they grow up with it in their hands. But more and more of the tech that they're using is so walled off and like idiot proof that they are actually worse. They're actually getting worse.
Yeah.
So like they don't know how to do anything.
Like obviously I'm biased because like the thing I'm about to cite speaks well of my like demographic, but I'm 25 years old. I was born in 96, and they say that 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 sort of age range is really like the sweet spot generationally for people that like actually know how technology works, because we were kind of like I remember when I was a kid, we had a fucking e-machine in our living room that was like the family computer and had Windows XP on it, and when I wanted to play Left 4 Dead 2 and like a driver like irreparably crashed, I didn't just like run a repair tool or something. I had to open up the fucking CMD and find out what was wrong and find like the DirectX distro and find like, you actually had to like open it up and use it. But like you said, like now when someone's iPhone breaks, it's like planned obsolescence. You just go fucking buy a new one.
So there was like this whole thing I read. Actually, it was after we talked about it on the podcast. I read something. So the internet is spying on me because I got this article like in my email and one of my fucking
naturally
news lists afterwards. But it was so like university professors who teach comp sci are finding out that students don't understand file trees or file structures, directories anymore, because devices now don't have them. In terms of like visualization, like how we would open up Windows Explorer, go find a folder, we would go C drive, username, documents, whatever. That doesn't exist on most devices. Your photos go to the Photos app. Your documents go to the Documents app. So when they're in a computer science class and then a module fails and it tells them what file and the location, like they're trying to run something and it doesn't work, they don't know how to go error check a specific file because they can't find it.
Wow, wait a minute, that's nuts.
Yeah, they don't understand that.
That's like parachuting out of a plane without knowing how to walk. It's fucking
right. Well, like Unix directories and stuff. Like that's for me. I always say like the most useful thing I ever did in college, like that I barely got out of, was Unix.
Drugs.
A couple of Unix classes.
Oh, yeah.
Like I use that shit like every day. And
I love Linux or like any Linux distro type thing.
I mean, even a lot of that same stuff is applicable for like any kind of PowerShell scripting or command line bullshit. Like whatever you're doing, like knowing how to navigate a file system through a terminal window is a valuable skill. And they don't understand like the directory tree set of a operating system. So they don't understand like the shift locations and things are saved in different areas, and like it just escapes them entirely. And they're finding that like more and more, they have no concept of what a file is.
Sorry, wait, what were you gonna say, Dennis?
It's kind of off topic. If you want to finish this off, I have a thing I want to say about computers. It's pretty funny.
It was okay, yeah. So I'll this was actually risks getting us sidetracked, so I'll let you get us back on track afterwards. Something really interesting about I'm getting old. Kids nowadays, oh my god,
said it.
God, I just gave myself a little crisis there. So my mom is a music teacher at my the old high school I went to, which was real fun. But she pointed something out, because a lot of the kids that she works with now are like weirdly low functioning, like not that like this sounds bad, but like they like don't have an excuse. Like they're otherwise normal kids who like don't have any sort of a disability or like developmental like roadblock they've hit or anything like that. They're just normal kids. Like she was telling me the other day, she was like, she puts together like a theater production too as part of her job, and one of the kids, and she like initially got pissed because like she thought like the kid was fucking with her. One of the kids dropped her script and raised her hand, and my mom's like, yeah, like what is it, like what's up? And the kid goes, Mrs. Evans' mom, I dropped my script, and it was like literally just at her feet, and my mom kind of like stared at her for a second, and like first for a second was like, oh, are you fucking like, really, we're gonna fucking play this game? And then she realized like she was serious, like she did not know what to do, and my mom was like, well, pick it up, and the girl was like, okay. And this was a 7th grader, like this wasn't like a toddler, like this was a 7th grader. And she pointed out to me that because of COVID, and like I think it's been 2 or 3 years at least here in New York where like school's been pretty much canceled for like most of like those 2 years. The last time those kids were in school was like 5th grade.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's really like, messed up actually.
Like yeah, like can you imagine the developmental gap between 5th and 7th grade? And then can you imagine just like literally being locked in your house for those 2 years?
My this is kind of fucked up. This is not what I was going to talk
colonize about. Mars, and
but my
kids
nieces
can't pick up paper off the floor.
Yeah, my nieces went back to school this year, and obviously they had to stop going for last year because of the problematic tendencies of a pandemic, and
COVID's kind of cringe. Yeah,
half of their friends and them like it wasn't like a like a malicious thing. They didn't recognize each other.
That's fucked.
Oh, because they're like they're real young. Yeah. They're like 8 and 10. And
oh my god,
their friends like grew and had different hairstyles and dressed different. Like they didn't recognize each other. Like for half.
Oh, can you imagine?
That's fucked up. Holy
Isn't that
shit!
Fucking crazy.
Well, coming back like after summer vacation. Around typically 3 months.
Like someone is
and
is
like life
6
is
inches
entirely
bigger
different.
and
or like tanned or something.
Yeah,
and it feels like you haven't seen that person like 10 years. You come back after like 3 months. It's just 3 months, and then like you're like, holy shit, I don't even know. Like we don't know each other anymore. We're like, and that passage of time for them now is like years, like literal years. They haven't seen people.
God, that's fucked up. Jesus Christ,
they're entirely different humans.
So like, circling back to the computers thing for a second.
Yeah.
When I worked at DFC, and I was the short stint that I had as like the support manager type of person, I had my fingers in a lot of different pies at that company, but for the most part, I was doing sales and travel stuff. But for the first couple of months, I was doing like basically we had like 14 people that worked out of India, and I would do like tier 2 support for them. So if they had a customer that had a really big problem, they would send them to me. But the person that did IT for them, like if any of their computers or if my computer or anybody else's computer that fucked up, we had one IT guy, and his name was Yarek. Okay.
All right.
It wasn't that big of a company. It was maybe like 40 people altogether, 30 to 40 people, and almost all the people were like technically savvy. So
cool. Thank God.
Not too big of a stress on him. But so he's Russian.
Right.
And I met or I didn't meet him. I spoke to him on Spark, which is like Skype kind of.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. It's my first couple weeks here. I'll be talking to you if I need any help. And you know how Russians do the thing? You may or may not know this, but they do like emojis differently. So if they want to send you a smiley face, they'll just add an end parentheses to the last letter of their sentence. So if they say like, nice to see you again, they'll just put an end parentheses on the last letter like this.
Just to kind of like the semicolons implied, whatever, you get the idea. Yeah,
like right there. So they'll do that. So I didn't know what that was, and so I was asking my boss, and he goes, "Oh, that's how Russians do like smileys and stuff." I was like, "All right, cool." So as I got to know Yarek more, super fucking cool guy. He has a couple of kids. He fucking has been with he's been into computers his whole life. He made fucking video games when he was a teenager, like all this shit.
Oh hell yeah.
One of the last things I ever heard from him before I transferred positions and I never talked to him again, I was like, how's the weather in Russia? And he goes, oh, I live in Thailand. And I'm like, why do you live in Thailand? and he just typed all lowercase. I had to flee, end parentheses, like smiley face.
Smiley face. Oh my god. You're like, okay,
and I just didn't know how to respond, so I just didn't. I was like, okay,
like,
I'm not gonna get into this bag of worms.
I'll see you later. Let me know if you need a reference.
Dude, this typed to you in a business setting.
Like,
I had to flee, smiley face. I'm like,
all right,
holy shit.
Oh, I'm gonna leave now.
What kind of stories do you have, bud?
I'm gonna leave now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get him on the podcast?
I'll fucking see if I can track him down, bro.
They gotta find him.
I want to know what that story's about.
So you know what? I already have my college degree. They can't take it from me. Not even technically. I just straight up should not have graduated elementary school or high school. Sorry, high school. Oh. See, I don't even fucking remember what it is. Because I was not like a mentally healthy child. I have all kinds of disorders. I got disorder syndrome. And so, but I was unfortunately also smart enough to know like how like non-functional I was from mental illness. And so, and like my senior year of high school, I knew I wasn't going to graduate just because my grades were just like so fucking abysmal and non-existent, and I was like barely functional as a person. But I have always been really good with technology and like taught, I hate the word hack, but taught myself
shot
like,
you did a Mr. Robot.
just for me, and it wasn't as elaborate as you'd probably want it to be. I felt bad because she was kind of a nice lady. She was weird, but she was kind. But she was talking about how she got a new iPhone and a new car, and like both of them have Bluetooth on it, and like she's like, oh, it's so cool, and like, you know, Bluetooth. I get like this new thing and stuff like that. And I figured, because she was like, even with the computers, like during class and stuff, she always struggled with it. And I was like, there's no fucking way she shuts her Bluetooth off when she's done, like, you know, listening to music in her car. And so what I did is I got a Bluetooth dongle for my laptop, and then during study hall, I like, I guess it would be like a man in the middle attack now is I guess what it would be, just like a really janky one. And I man in the middle attacked her like teacher portal credentials and changed my grades to be just high enough for me to graduate.
That's so sick.
Because I was like, no, I know I'm not gonna graduate, and like I know I'm like not functional enough as a person to like, you know, like pull my grades up or like recover, or like even if like they do like let me do like a summer school thing, like I'm not gonna be able to do it. But I was like, but what I do know how to do is like exploit the system. And so and then after I graduated high school, I went on to get a degree in network security. And so I feel like I earned like I feel like
that was the final test.
Exactly. I earned that.
Like that was the secret exam you had to take.
Exactly.
I did the low tech version of that when I was in like middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13 or something, and I got an F on a test. And I'd never gotten an F before, but it was like I don't know. I think Halo 3 came out or something, and I was just losing my shit. But I fucking got an F on a test, and I brought it home, and before my parents could see any of it, or no, it was on my report card, which they would like do it in typeset. So I went and I bought I stole some whiteout from school, and I bought like an industrial marker. And I just crossed out like the top portion of the F, and I turned it into an A. And then I got a D on some other shit, and I just added like a little line in the middle to make it look like a B, like the low tech version of that shit.
Calligraphy,
some graffiti on my report card. That shit was hype.
A little street art, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just my interpretation of things.
Yeah,
I never like when I was really young, I would build like middle school. I would do like little websites for people, and they didn't know I was like a 7th grader, and they'd fucking pay me. And then I would do them all in Notepad on the school computers. And then I found there was like a shared drive, and every user account had one. And I found the tree structure, and you could just go to different people's ID numbers and access their files. So whoever set it up wrong, there was no permissions. So I just deleted everything.
So you did do Mr. Robot.
Really funny.
I just like wiped everything on this whole, and it was not like one school, it was like all of the schools. It was like the school district's domain.
Shit.
So I was like, haha.
Jesus.
And then my friends who don't know shit about computers just like started searching. Like back in there was no Google. It was Lycos. Like fucking Lycos or Ask Jeeves or something. He's like, how to install a virus. And he found a fucking forum and he installed a virus from there and just like ruined all the computers. And then showing like the era. Well, first off, the poverty of our schools and stuff. The mice were all the old ball mice.
Oh yeah.
So they weren't LEDs. So he just stole the balls out of all the mice. So they didn't work. So he loaded a virus on all of them and then just stole the balls off them so you couldn't use them.
That's
Damn,
really
a
funny.
Three-pronged attack, bro. You got
Right?
software deletion,
Right.
cyber sabotage, and physical theft.
Right,
That's,
you
that's
just
called an
unbeatable.
APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, baby.
There you
That's
Yeah.
some nation state shit.
That was like North Korea wishes it had that kind of power.
Yeah, try to fucking keep up with North Korea.
Holy fuck, man.
But yeah, no, like if I was like a psychologist or like a profiler and I looked at just like if I looked at my own like dossier of me as a kid, I'd be surprised if I didn't turn out the way. Like I remember my first or second year of college, I just naturally, because I thought it was something fun to do with my hands, picked up lock picking as a hobby. And like, and even to this day, I have, let's see, I have my set of lock picks. Yeah, here on my desk, I always keep a set of lock picks, and like I have like a little like one sling over the shoulder like sling backpack. I always like take with me if I'm like traveling somewhere. I always keep lock picks in that, and it's funny because like it's almost like not insulting, but like my friends just assume I know how to do things, and I do, but I'm like, hey, at least ask me if I like know how to like pick your car door before you like be like, at least pretend to not be confident that I know how to break into something before you ask me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I definitely have that autist mentality. I just like I get on these kicks where I do fucking random things like that. Like I'll start doing lock picking, or I got really big into like radio controlled shit for a while. Like so
RC
for like
stuff,
for a year, I had like RC cars, RC planes. I was like, and then that turns into like hacking TV signals and like modifying old cordless phones, and then. What else I do? I had like chemistry kits. I started buying chemistry kits and trying to make like fucking rocket fuel and shit. And like I don't know.
See,
I
you almost specced into terrorist there with that chemistry kit.
Let's just say I acquired some skills.
Maybe not almost. I retract my previous
statement. A few blocks away from Slick, and I'm just gonna say I saw a lot of smoke coming from that part of town.
A lot of had to wear sunglasses if you're walking by.
Yeah. There was one time we did hit, like we had literal smoke going, and we didn't. I remember this. We didn't. Yeah. So, the interstate was not far from where we lived, and we lit off this shit, and it started smoking, and we thought it was gonna just like kind of smoke and go out, and it smoked for over 2 minutes.
Uh-oh.
And it made a giant, like 2 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but 2 minutes of continual pouring thick smoke.
Yeah. No, that's yeah.
And it blew in the wind and covered the interstate. And
fuck.
All I remember is we got on bikes and we were like, we just got to go as far away from here as we can.
Just fucking bounce.
We're not coming back.
That's really funny.
Oh, and it was, I don't know when that was, early 2000s, so it's not like we didn't have cell phones or anything. Like there was no like if someone was looking for us, they'd have to find us. We were like we just dipped. We're like nope.
Yeah, like what if you just fucking ride away on your bike? What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Oh,
that's really funny though. Yeah, especially if it's like a chemical reaction, 2 minutes of like solid like billowing. Yeah, that's
it's like military smoke. So it was like
that's not an unremarkable amount. Yeah.
It's quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure that's some kind of federal offense. But I was a child, so.
Yeah, I was about to say you can't be tried for as an adult anyway. So like whatever.
I had to flee.
I hope so.
I had to
Yeah,
flee
I had to
smiley
flee.
face.
I like literally had to flee.
End parentheses.
End parentheses. I spent a lot of time as a kid on Russian MIRC chat rooms that like they literally, I had no fucking clue what any of them saying because like I never learned Cyrillic or any amount of Russian. But what I did learn is that the like bot that they had, you could query it help commands in English, and it would also return English like man pages and stuff like that. And so I found out they literally had a bot on the server that like had a library of malware that they kept cached that you could like request the bot
awesome.
from like an MIRC like CMD window. And so whenever I wanted malware, I would just like boot up the chat room, like show up with an English username, query the bot, download a bunch of malware and leave. And I'm sure they were saying stuff about it, but nobody stopped me. So they're just like, oh, that English guy's here again. All right, he's grabbing malware. All right, he's out. Cool, whatever.
I also don't know Cyrillic, which is unfortunate because it is like the second alphabet taught in Bosnia, but I was out of there before that happened. But I did learn some of it for one very specific reason, and that was for the DayZ Arma 2 mod, where all the street signs so there was no map.
Chernogorsk and
Chernogorsk and Electrogorsk, which is definitely not how you pronounce any of those places, but that's how it looks. Yeah. So there was no map in this game. There were no street signs, or the street signs were all in Cyrillic.
Yeah, no HUD or anything.
No HUD of any kind. So to know where you were, you literally had to like either use landmarks or better know Cyrillic to like read the road signs to tell which city you were going towards. Because every time you spawned in, you spawned somewhere random. So I remember fucking taking pictures and like and like trying to like reverse Google image search to find out what the shit meant in Cyrillic so I could find out what to call it. Dude, it was so fucking funny, man.
You just oh my god, you just unlocked. I used to play the fucking DayZ Arma 2 mod. Oh my god, so many afternoons.
So fun. That shit was so fun.
I remember, so it sounds like you started playing a little before I did, because I remember when I played you could like get like a physical map, and it wasn't like a real-time mini map, like it was an item in your backpack you had to pull out and stare at. And so I remember like memorizing the train tracks or like where to go if you're from Cherno, or like, you know, they're like, okay, we're on this
map existed, but like so as like a first-time player, if you spawn in and you don't know what the game is about, you literally have no idea where you are, because all it tells you for like 3 seconds, all it tells you in the bottom left corner in like floating text, coastline or airfield or like what the fuck? So you just have to use that to try to extrapolate where the fuck you are on the map, and you don't have the map by default. You have to find it. So, dude, that game was like a horror. Like that was the scariest game I've ever played, hands down, because other players knew what they were doing or sometimes didn't, and you had to just like hope that if you stumbled across someone that had better gear than you, that they were a good person. And they never were.
No. I remember one of my favorite interactions in that game. It stuck with me because it was both like I tried to be a good person, and I paid for it, not in the sense that like I turned my back to someone and they stabbed me, but just like I remember there was one life that I was like I was feeling really good. I had a ton of food on me. I had like two guns on my back, a sidearm, and then I forget, like another firearm and a pistol in my backpack. I had firewood, I had like an axe, I had a tent with, I was kitted.
Yeah, kitted out, yeah.
And I came back and I came across like this group of like 4 or 5 people who were clearly like fresh spawns off the beach, and they were like, and I remember I was like looting a warehouse, and I saw one of them, and they were like, friendly, and they said over like the local mic, and of course, I'm an idiot. I'm a sucker, and I'm a good person. So I was like, "Yo, friendly, what's up, man?" Like, you know, I talked to him, and he's like, I have some friends with me. Do you have any food?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got some food here." And I like dropped canned food for him, and I like involuntarily like adopted a bunch of these like random strangers, and they're like, "Oh shit, like none of us have weapons. Like, can I have a gun?" And I gave them like, I think I had like a Makarov with like half a clip or something, and I was like, all right, so like worst case, if they turn on me with this, I have like I forget, it was called nicknamed the dinner bell because it was so fucking loud.
No, it was the Mosin Nagant.
Oh yeah, the Mosin. Yeah, and I had that, so I was like, okay, worst case, if they try to light me up, I have a Mosin, and I'll just drop them.
Yeah.
But like I slowly fed and clothed my brood, and they grew big and strong, and then all of them sort of collectively like hive minded that they all wanted to go to Cherno, and I was like, I don't think that's a good idea, guys. That's really not a good idea. And they're like, no, let's go to Cherno. Like I heard there's great loot there. I'm like, there's also a lot of players and zombies. Like that's you go to Cherno to die, and like, I could not get it through their head. And I remember just it all fell to shit. And like as we approached Cherno from the coastline, like one of them shot a zombie, and then they got bit,
like the last 2 episodes of any Walking Dead season, where one bad decision just fucking dominoes into everyone dying.
Yeah, and I specifically remember like, what one person got bit, someone else got like we were getting pot shotted from like a water tower from someone.
Daisy is so sick, man.
Oh yeah, and I remember like one of them went down out in the open, and I wasn't sure I hit the guy like up in the water tower, but I saw like a little spray of blood, so I was like, all right, he's gonna be bandaging that. And I felt like a badass because I ran out and I like went up to the guy's body, and I like started dragging the guy's like bleeding unconscious body out of the street and stuff like that. And they were like, oh shit, this guy knows what he's doing. And then they were like, yeah, like, and then they scattered, and I just remember hiding hiding prone under a truck like in the middle of the clusterfuck, and seeing one of the pubs I'd adopted trying to climb the water tower to get to the guy's gear and like fucking up and falling off the ladder. And I just logged out. I was like, nope, I'm not doing this.
So like to give you some context, this game is like the jankiest. So it's built on the Arma 2 engine, which Arma 2 is a military simulator. Like it's what like the US Marines would use to like train people in like how to communicate, all the weaponry and stuff like that. It's like super realistic, but it also runs like dog shit because the Bohemia engine, ironically enough, that's what it's called. The Bohemia engine is like 20 fucking years old, and like legit the fact that it even stands up today is crazy. But it's like a survival game. You need food, you need water, all this, that, and the other.
Right.
My favorite memory from that game, and I'll try to make it quick. I was in Electro and I found a Mosin. I found a scope for it, and I had enough food, water. I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna own this town until I log off.
Yeah.
So I kill like 1 or 2 people that are coming into town. I just headshot them quick and clean.
Boom.
And then I see 2 players come into town, and they go to like the fire station across from me. And one of them climbs up to the top of the building. I'm in like the barns, so he's a little bit higher up than me. But I climb up to the top of the barn, and I have sights on him. And that game is in third person, so you can like over the shoulder peek, like not cheating, but like it's like a perspective thing, right?
Yeah.
So I see them both up there, and I take a shot at one of them. I down him, but he's not dead. And then I shit you not, I watch for the next 10 minutes as his friend stabilizes him. I can't hear them, but I can picture the conversation that they're having.
Yeah.
His friend gets shot, goes down. His buddy stabilizes him. His other friend then leaves the fucking fire station, fights his way through like half an army of zombies that I fucking aggroed because of the sound of the gunshot.
Oh yeah.
Goes to the hospital, comes back to his friend, and as he's up there again doing whatever, I shoot him in 2 and I kill him. And so I go up there, and what do I find in the guy's fucking backpack? Blood bags. This dude went all the way to the hospital to get blood for his friend to do a blood transfusion to save his life.
What a fucking badass.
And I killed him.
Really funny.
And I killed them both. And I was laughing so hard because I'm like, this game is so sick. This shit will never fucking happen again.
Oh yeah.
For as long as mankind exists.
Oh yeah.
I don't have any cool
raw experience.
I don't have any cool stories like that. I used to play Tribes, the original Star Siege Tribes, a lot.
Oh fuck yeah!
In the late 90s and early 2000s. And I remember one time I was playing online pretty late, a low pop server, and I was just kind of fucking around, and I wasn't doing very good, and some guy just starts chatting me in the global chat in the game. He's like, yo, come here. And he started teaching me a skiing route, which is like it's kind of a glitch with jumping to fly up and down the like mountains and valleys, so you can jetpack off them and fly across the whole fucking map really fast. So he's like teaching me how to run routes and just talking shit about the game. He's talking about his loadout and everything's cool. And then he's like, he kind of just got personal. So like, he's like, how are you? And I'm like, I'm good. What about you? He's like, oh, I just got back from a party with my girl. Just smoked like, I don't know how much. He's like, starts talking about how much methamphetamine he smoked.
Oh, baby.
And I'm just like, I'm like, oh, yo, okay. And he's like, yeah, man, it feels really good. And he just kept talking about how good it was to smoke meth. And I'm like, damn, you can smoke meth and you're still this good? And he's like, yeah, dude, I'm better now that I smoked. I'm like, oh, cool.
Built different.
I'm out.
Peace.
I will never forgive High Res for deciding to fucking focus on their shitty god-based MOBA instead of Tribes Ascend.
Yeah, I was gonna say that makes sense that a Tribes player smokes meth. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
So that was the biggest travesty to me because the original Tribes was so like near and dear to me, and then when that game was in beta, it was pretty good, the new one. Yeah. And then
I loved Ascend. I played the shit out of Ascend.
Yeah, like in beta, it was a really good game. And then like the day they go official and release it, they put all these horseshit weapons in, and you have to pay them, and they're way better than the regular loadout. And it was like, there's like like a DLC assault rifle that beats everything. Like the original game had a chain gun that was all right, but it was more like skill-based weapons, and it was just like,
they microtransaction the shit out of the game, and it was heartbreaking.
Call of Duty with jetpacks and all this shit at the end, and I was like, never mind.
Slick, did you ever take part in the on Soch on 4chan? Did you ever take part in any of those chat rooms where people would just like hop on their webcam and just snort coke for like 6 hours straight?
No, like, cause my like 4chan days where I was like really on the site were like 07 through 08 or 09.
Okay.
And so I don't even think Soch was I don't know that Soch was even really a board.
I don't think
until the end of it.
It might not have been, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that it even it existed at some point, and then I never, my 4chan visits are extraordinarily sparse now. Mm-hmm. It's more if I somehow accidentally end up there.
You're like, oh, hey, I'm on 4chan now.
Yeah, like, cause sometimes I'll like, someone will like link something on Twitter that goes back there or whatever. I'll like hit it and then I'll like browse around like, oh, I remember this place, and then I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, it's like going back to your high school and everything feels smaller.
Right.
I feel like, so this is, I'm gonna like sound like a hipster here. I think 4chan isn't what it used to be. It's like, obviously now it's like unironically a bunch of neo-Nazis and stuff like that, and there were definitely Nazis like on 4chan beforehand, but it wasn't like exclusively that. It was just a place for really fucked up people to like.
It depends what board you go to. The beauty of 4chan is that you'll never really know who's there unless you're on like poll, where everyone is like extremely identified, where like you talk to someone and you know within a second what kind of person they are. But if you want like A or VG or TT or like
you have
TCG
no fucking clue what someone's gonna say. Yeah,
and that's great. Usually relatively chill. Like you might see the N-word thrown around here and there, but besides that, people are just talking shit about the stuff they like, and that's always why I liked it for. And like being around on V when there was this game called Katawa Shoujo that's like a visual novel that was made by a bunch of random people on 4chan that got together through that site, and they literally made like an unironically pretty good visual novel.
I've heard about that. Yeah,
I want to say
it's like mind-numbingly depressing, but it's really good. But being around when that was made was super fucking tight because like everyone was working together. Fucking like people were making free assets for the game. Some dude did all their music for free. Like it was crazy.
Well, yeah, it all came together.
Well, do you know awesome. the what is it called? Well, the name is Valhalla, but I think it's really like VA11H.
Oh,
the cyberpunk bartending game. The first time I ever heard of it was the devs like posted it on 4chan, and they put it out for free on itch.io, the original version, and I got it and I loved it. And That's then awesome. So I actually years later when they put out a full one, I bought it. So there's cool shit like that happens there.
Hell yeah. You just gotta parse through all the fucking like the racist and fucking neo-Nazi ideologies.
Right.
But yeah, now I feel like for like old 4chan, and again I'm gonna sound like a hipster here. Old 4chan was like legitimately like a crust punk hangout spot under the bridge where like somebody set up like like a rain drip collector that didn't filter it, and like everybody was really proud of it because you could drink dirty rainwater if you wanted, like under the crust punk bridge.
What an absurdly specific yet poignant comparison.
you understand, like you know what I'm talking about. But now, like, I feel like 4chan is like just a really shitty dive bar that is like somehow owned by like a chain corporation that just like they bought that dive bar and just didn't give a shit about it, and then like a Nazi biker gang moved in.
Yeah,
and like just nobody gives a shit enough about it to like do anything.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That breaks
it's a 24/7 Denny's that serves alcohol. That's literally what 4chan is.
And I miss that undistilled like stagnant rainwater like puddle in the corner that all the like really gross unbathed kids were so proud of. You know what I mean?
You had a generation.
I want to admit this. I used to write like multi-thread. They would blow up. I used to write multi-thread CYOAs, like choose your own adventures.
Yeah, hell yeah. Those were huge.
Yeah, where like people like I would write like a prompt, and it was usually anime related because I was a fucking weeb growing up.
Yeah.
So I would just write like a fanfic for some anime on A, and I would do like a CYOA version of it, and I would choose I would do like A this option, B this option, C this option, or D other. And if enough people chose D and then like all replied on one guy's thing, and it would always be like burn the building down, and I'm like fuck it, here we go, and I would just write another 5-6 paragraphs, and that shit was some of the most fun I ever had. Like it was so fucking crazy.
I think a lot of that is you had like a generation coming of age online.
Yeah, 100%. That's
now absolutely
people like there was no older generation online. The internet hadn't existed in that capacity like prior. So like you had a bunch of people still young and finding themselves, and now it's just a place. Like everybody's online. Nothing is special. It's just a place. Like
that's a really good way to put it. It's just a place. Like it's just mundane. It's just like there it is.
You probably can find more. You can probably find meme pages on Instagram that are as rowdy as some of the boards on 4chan.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Which, man, that's tragic. Yeah, like I said, I miss that, like the stagnant rainwater collector that everyone.
That's such a good. That's a great, like fucking descriptor.
Yeah, because it paints the you know what I'm talking about, like that feeling of like this fucking sucks, but it's ours and we made it suck and we love that. You know what I mean? It's like we all know there's nothing good here, but it's our place. Like nobody wants to bother us here. We just get to like hang out and just it's awful. Like nobody pretended that like they loved the website or anything at the time.
Yeah, I was talking about this with Slick the other day. Like I was pretty depressed a few years ago, like when I was like 21, 22. Yeah. And I got over it and I'm a lot better now, but when I was looking into like therapy, I came to the realization, I'm like, how the fuck am I going to talk to a therapist about growing up on a place where it was common to like call someone the
plenty of slurs,
yeah, just a fucking plethora of slurs because they didn't roll trips when they called it, like, and she has a fucking jitterbug. Like, how am I supposed to make that clear?
That's
like,
fair.
There's no way to bridge that fucking gap. It's impossible unless you were there. So
fucking people with trip codes.
It's getting better, but there's not enough support for people that are fucked in the brain like that. You have to just kind of fight your own way through it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I've always said about therapists, like, because I've pretty fucked in the brain too. I have pretty strong OCD. I'm bipolar 1 rapid cycling, and I have ADHD, which is like not one of the less exotic of the 3 that I have. But so I've seen plenty of mental health professionals, and I've always said like 11 times out of 10, I would rather take the therapist who like fucking probably forged their certificate, is covered in tattoos, is like a like 10 years sober ex-heroin addict who like relapsed 3 times over the person who has like a degree in psychology from Harvard and like wears a suit.
Yeah.
Because like you want that first person because they're gonna understand and be like, oh yeah, no, I fucking know that shit's fucked up. Like I've seen that. As opposed to the guy in Harvard who are like, well, Sartre says, and you're like, oh God, like I can't talk to you, you know?
No, I mean, I get it. Like, if you're like a 40-something and you're struggling with, the wife's pissing you off, you feel like your
Yeah.
kids are doing poor in school. I mean, sure, you can get help from pretty much anybody that's qualified because
Yeah.
at that point it's mostly just like trying to remind you of what you're missing out on and the things that you should be doing.
Yeah,
Like,
it's pretty
how am I
like
supposed to tell you that I was 7 years old when I saw Tia Tanaka getting railed by Mandingo, and I'm like, I don't even understand what a dick or a vagina is. I'm like, that's cool. What's she doing? Or are they wrestling? Like
I was about to
that
say,
shit. Yeah, come on.
as much as I love like the early 2000s internet, I probably shouldn't have seen as many people die on Live Leak as I have.
Rest in peace to Live Leak, man.
Man, yeah, that definitely probably did something to me.
Someone made this is so bad. Someone made okay, so I shouldn't say someone. So you guys know those like terrorist like beheading videos and shit?
Oh,
So
yeah, of course.
One of those organizations, I don't know if it was Al Qaeda or whoever the fuck, they made a montage of like a hit, of like multiple hits being done on people in public. So Jesus. A dude would just roll up on someone with like a silenced Uzi and take them out, but they would freeze frame on the person's face or their garb or like anything in the video, and they would play music the whole time, and it was like they would literally. No, listen. They would do names of the person, so they would name them right before they got shot, and it was in the Borderlands font. So, like, you know how when a Borderlands character shows up on screen, it does like the goofy font.
So you can't even play Borderlands.
Dude, every time I look at that game now, all I can think about is the guy getting rolled up on in the middle of the street, and it freeze frames, and it's like JoJo music is playing, and Borderlands font says his name, and then he gets gunned down by 36 fucking Uzi bullets.
And then his life ends.
Dude. The internet's fucking tight, man. You can't tell me humanity's not going places. That's sick.
I was about to say
I saw this little meme on Instagram the other day. It was just like one of those stupid like fake TikTok things, whatever they're on Instagram. Mm-hmm. But it's this Asian guy sitting there, and it says POV, you're a Chinese factory worker, and he's sitting there, and then he looks up, and the Live Leak logo comes up. And then he starts like getting scared, and then it just it ends like he's just making a joke, like when you see the Live Leak logo, you're about to see something fucked up. But it was pretty funny. I'm like, oh, that hit home.
Yeah.
I remember there's one video that I don't want to. I say stuck with me, definitely traumatized me, because like you don't watch that amount of people die and like be like, oh, like 2 decades, like, decades later, it stuck with me. It definitely traumatized me. Like it embedded itself into my brain. And it was, it was this video. It was this video on Live Leak of a bunch of, I think it was America. It doesn't really matter. A bunch of like construction workers pushing like this metal scaffolding, like down this alley, and they didn't see power lines above them. And they hit the power lines with the metal scaffolding, and it like electrocuted all of them to death. And it was like 5 people all at once holding onto this metal scaffolding. And like I just remember seeing that, and I definitely like that was not a formative moment in my brain. It was definitely traumatizing.
Yeah. Well, the problem nowadays is like you look at stuff like that, and it's so hard to differentiate between like if it's okay, so it's easy to tell if it's like shot Gonzo style and it's a fucking like a handheld camera and people are yelling in the background and shit. You can usually tell it's real, but Photoshop and like Adobe and Sony Vegas are so good, like that you can legitimately make shit like that out of like
nothing,
just
like
nothing. Yeah, like
or you can just like CG it.
Yeah, and shit like that. Like so, like I saw a fucking video. This is so crazy. I saw a video. This guy's driving down the highway, right? And he's like driving into a city, and the sun starts to get blurry, and there's like skyscrapers and buildings in the back. I think it's like Manhattan or Chicago or something. Yeah. And out over the edge of all the buildings, like Godzilla style, comes out none other than fucking former First Lady Michelle Obama. And she's just towering over everybody. And man, I mean, if she's got time to do that, why can't she just come on the fucking podcast? You know what I mean?
I was about to say, that makes sense to why they needed to clear that place out in China if she's that big. Maybe that's fair.
And just, maybe I can't wait for her to ruin my next international vacation.
personally has your number.
I can't believe that
It's
was
like
real.
where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? It'll be which vacation of mine is Michelle Obama gonna ruin next?
Except it's just Michelle Obama with your house bugged, just waiting for you to make vacation plans.
I've had this sort of idea, kind of a master plan since I was like, I want to say since I was like 19 or 20.
Like kind of like a final solution, or
So it's really hard to kind of describe where this came from, but you guys have obviously seen The Matrix, right?
I have once or twice.
Okay. So I want to, when I find a woman that I fall in love with, or even just a potential seed carrier, I want to have a child, and I want, from the age of like, because doctors say that like memory recognition starts at around 2 to 3, and that's when your earliest memories are. I want to raise the kid super healthy, boy or girl, I don't care. Like I want to just have them like just they're totally fine, totally normal. But as soon as they're around 2 or 3 years old, I want to sort of mount a like an Oculus Rift to their head and then never take it off until they turn 18.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I want them to basically go through life in a different world. And then when they turn 18, I just strip it off and I say, "Welcome to the real world." And by then, I will assume that the state of things is pretty catastrophic, just depending on the current like trajectory. And so I'm just very like, it'd be like a long-term science experiment, right? And I could even get like funding potentially from like, the NASDAQ.
Like
and,
NASDAQ, like the stock
I don't
market.
fucking know.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Will fund my, the
They
stock
put out
market's gonna
grants
fund my
for.
child's alternate life. Yeah. No, but imagine that. Like, imagine you're living, right? You go to school in like Jupiter, and then you're fucking like you're running through the streets in like an ARG version of the Matrix, and then one day your dad says, "Hey, happy 18th," and he takes these the fucking fluorescent lights of the room are blinding because you've never seen actual like light refracted back at you. It's always just been an LED screen. And,
I have a way. Oh, keep going. I was gonna say I have a way you could save a lot of money.
That's basically it.
You could save a lot of money just putting a blindfold on them.
I was gonna say, how are you gonna like?
Because then they just think there's nothing. I want them to think there is.
I get it.
So my question is, like, are you gonna put them in a catatonic state and like feed tube them?
No, they would like.
Or it's like augmented reality.
Yes, yeah, they would walk around. They wouldn't leave the house. That's not allowed. But they would walk around, and when they're sleeping, I would like charge the headset. Like they would never. They would imagine that it's a part of their like physiology. Like the headset doesn't come off.
You mean like the phones are now?
Just wait a few more years.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna happen. I want to be the pioneer though, and I want to do it forcefully to my kin.
So you can do it I think in a few more years you'd be able to do this without having to even they can leave the house. You would just tell them they have to wear special eyewear because of their eyesight. Like you take them to the doctor, you fake this whole thing.
Yeah, but then
they wear it,
like,
and
why
then
wearing that headset, And then it's gonna ruin the immersion.
So, well then he doesn't. It'll be like these.
Just put the googly eyes on there.
It'll just be these goggles, right? And they just say, "Oh, I have fucking cataracts," and they'll be like, "Oh, okay," because you told the kid they have cataracts, and then, or whatever made of ailment. And then these goggles will basically do real-time filtering.
Cataracts isn't real.
So just, dude, you're talking about putting fucking VR goggles on a child for 16 years.
Just
like,
all you have to do is say you're Dan Crenshaw, and you pass the one eye thing down to your kid. You convince them of that, and they have this big heavy eye patch on.
Right. Or, well, that works. But see, the goggles, we're going to do real-time filtering. So, like, everybody can look like purple aliens and shit.
That's what I want. But I don't want it to be, like, scary. I want it to be, like, a utopia. Well, when they come out at 18, it's just it's
So-
awful. Like everything's the
it's
worst.
Norway.
And I'll just look at him and be like, eh, eh?
Everybody's white and blonde. Everybody. And then they take the glasses off, and then they see you.
What happened to my world?
What do you, dude? I think seriously, if you did that, I think somebody's mind would shatter. Because their entire reality would shift instantaneously.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like
I don't
there's
know
no
that
shot that they can handle something like that without any serious trauma like afflicting them almost instantly.
I mean, even if you just did mild differences, like the sky was green and the grass was blue and shit, and then like they take that, I think their fucking head would just explode.
Think about
you took that off.
The people that like are deaf and have the cochlear implants or whatever put in, and then they start
they're
hearing
like
things.
driven to tears by like the fucking leak spin song on YouTube. Like,
yeah, well, either that or they want to rip it out of their head because it's like, oh my god, everything is so noisy, it's so overwhelming. You know?
Yeah, 100%.
Because you learn to filter, like you learn to filter things out with your vision and your hearing, and so if you were denied that, and then the experience would probably be excruciating, at least at first. So yeah, you should definitely torture a child for 16 years.
Yeah,
it's not torture. Explain how it's torture.
Science.
Yeah, it's not torture until they take it off, and at that point, like, they're 18. So
I mean, the only difference between this and like the MK Ultra shit is like the technology is a little more advanced, I guess.
Yeah, and
and it's my child, so I'm responsible for them anyway, right?
Okay,
I keep trying to find a way to justify that, like them being my my offspring.
Why? Like, because you don't deserve kids, or what?
Yeah, that's somehow being more morally like just. And it's just not. It's worse every way I look at it. No one else would sign up for this. So
it would be totally better if it was a random kid.
Yeah.
You should just. I'm still not. I get. Is the point like just to see what would happen, or is there a point?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's just.
There's no end game. I mean, it's just.
All right. So what I see is like one of two outcomes, right? So like you said, either their mind shatters and they just melt into a puddle of trauma, or number two, they become like fucking Tetsuo from Akira. And they're able to just move shit with their mind and
develop
like
psychic abilities.
Somehow their mind just expands beyond our sort of physical grasp, and they're able to like, you know, like harness telekinesis. They can make you come at will, like just all sorts of crazy shit.
So basically, you're trying to birth the Oracle to bring us back around to the Matrix, and then they can like teach others to be psychopathic.
Dude,
I mean,
this you guys just gave me a great idea.
Yeah.
So something this is only related, you know, in a tangential way. But once we do get to like really sick VR, I'm probably gonna be jacked in all the time, right? So I just thought of a good slogan because all this, if you know like all the Gibson novels and stuff, it's always like high tech, low life, they call it.
Yeah. Yep.
So I've never heard this anywhere. So forgive me if it's not original, but jack in and jack off. Like that's what I'm gonna do 24/7.
Okay. I'll have you know, like I did that just last night. I will say from firsthand experience that the Japanese porno industry is fully aware of both the power and the limitations of the virtual reality systems we have in place, and boy oh boy do they know how to manipulate them.
What the headset do you have? Because I'm about to cop one. No shit.
I have
Rift.
I have the Oculus Rift, the wireless one, the Quest.
Okay.
It's like it's crazy. So here's the thing: if you want to buy it just on its own, it's like $800. But if you buy it the Facebook version, where you have to have a Facebook account to use it, it's like $300, and it's the same exact thing, but it just requires you to have Facebook. So anytime someone tells me that Facebook is free, I'm gonna show them that and then start peeing in their mouth.
So the only thing I don't like about that is I'm sure there's a way Facebook is tracking what pornography I'm watching, and then they're gonna ban me.
Facebook account is called My Hand. It's MAI and then space HANDE. It's My Hand, and it's just a picture of my hand.
Because I'm pretty sure like Zuckerberg is watching me jerk it through my eyes. Like seeing a double feed somehow, like a camera and he's like,
it's like being John Malkovich, but you're coming nonstop.
Exactly. But I'm just watching Japanese pornography, and
he gets so offended he has to create a whole new terms of service like section. Yeah, like we need to figure out a way we can ban this guy.
Once he sees the tentacles and dragon eggs coming out, I'm sure I'm fucking toast.
Trust me, they know what they're doing. Check this out. I'm gonna get real deep into the logistics of VR porn for a second.
This is what I came for.
They know what they're doing because listen to this, okay? So there are websites where it'll just put you automatically into like the shitty kind of built-in VR system that it has for the videos, and then there are other websites where it'll be like, check this out, this is in 4K, but you need this app to run it. It's a free app. Just go find it in the Oculus store. And then you go to the Oculus store and you go to recommended apps and it's at the fucking top. So you know that they're aware that there is a market for this. Like they are fully aware that people are just being total degenerates with these fucking headsets. And I'll just say this one arrived sky blue, it's white now. So
oh well. I was vaguely aware of how good this was. I actually had I had a friend from Japan who, what's the name of the manga company? They publish like the Ghost in the Shell manga and stuff. She worked there as a publisher. Like she didn't author anything or whatever. She was a publisher, but who was friends with another guy who was like a developer, and he had this insane VR rig in his house. I mean, it looked like absolute shit. It seriously looked like Serial Experiments Lane in his fucking house or something. Like it was pretty crazy. And then of course he was talking about the porn and how good it was, and this was years ago. Mm-hmm. And so I can only imagine where we're at now, because this was probably like 2014.
You don't have to imagine. I am firsthand account. Like I'm a witness. It's really good. It's great.
Have you ever seen
9 out of 10 easy?
Have you ever seen the patent for like the first VR headset from like the 1950s?
No.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
I forget what they called it, but I'm sure if you just Googled it, but it's like this huge thing, and it even had like a smell-o-vision. Maybe. Yeah, it had like a smell-o-vision. It would like pump scents into whatever. Like, I'm not even joking.
They're like trying to do that again.
Yeah.
There's like a thing, I can't remember what it's called. I've seen it not too long ago where they were trying to do that again, bring that back. I went to a what do they call it, 4D movie when I was in China, and what did I see? Fast and the Furious or something.
Essentially, like what Burger King's doing every time you drive by, is they're like pumping that shit sent out in the air. So
it's fucking like that in a movie theater. So I saw, I think it was Fast and the Furious. One of them I saw it when I was in China. I went with someone, and we went to this 4D film, and it was the first time I'd ever been to one. And so the seats all shake and rotate. They all move, so you vibrate with certain scenes. They twist and go, like, so it's pretty cool. But then they blow wind in the theater at certain parts. So when there's a lot of speed, you get wind in your face, and at certain points they mist you, like straight up water. Like it was pretty fucking. It was actually pretty.
It's
dope.
Like a scene where the Rock is yelling. It's just like spitting in your face.
Spitting in my face. Michelle Rodriguez is like peeing, and I'm like opening my mouth.
This is the one part where you see Paul Walker slam into the tree at 80 miles per hour, and you smell his burning corpse, and you're like, wow, this is realistic.
Theater lights on fire.
It get really hot in here all of a sudden.
What was that?
You're in the porn theaters, and women are squirting on TV, and they're like spraying you in the face with like Mr. Experience.
I can't wait.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to a 4D watching of Train Spotting, and everyone just starts vomiting 15 minutes in.
It's like they don't like to fill up the 4D theater. They just go out and buy like buck urine or something and like spray it on everybody.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Yeah, there's just a guy in the seat in front of you with a squirt bottle.
Tactically positioned.
Yeah.
Fucking running, like running up and down the theater, just pepper spraying people.
Yeah.
Fucking going to a 4D viewing of Philadelphia, and at the end they inject everyone with the AIDS virus.
It's a.
Oh man.
He's sitting there like a requiem for a dream, and it's like ass to ass, and all of a sudden something comes up to the bottom of your seat.
Fucking
His
human
hands, you know,
centipede.
stewing in a lighter.
You're the middle one in the human centipede, and they're just like throwing shit in your mouth.
Somebody
They
grabs
say-
you from behind and spreads you. It's
Yeah.
like-
Yeah.
And they say cinema is dead. Come on.
We've just gone to the next level of theater. It's like real life.
Yeah. You go to see Shawshank Redemption, and there's 4 guys that come in and they call themselves the Sisters, and it turns out you weren't at a movie theater at all.
40 is awesome. I can't wait till I go again.
Like live action role play movies, like they can put you in the movie.
Right. I can't wait to experience every fucking horrendous scene I've ever.
You're Ving Rhames in Pulp Fiction.
I was gonna bring that up. Like, I forgot his name, so I was gonna say that one scene in Pulp Fiction. Just assume everybody knew I was talking about anal rape.
Yeah. And then they hand you a shotgun, and there's just a homeless dude you get to take out.
Deliverance.
Yeah.
You have to squeal like a pig. Oh,
Or
that's
it's a 4D viewing of The Matrix, and they just put a VR headset on your head from the age of 2.
yeah. So I see where you were going with that whole VR thing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially.
So, I saw a post on K, and I know we're not supposed to use outside topics, but this is just so. This is so interesting that I simply have no choice but to bring it up.
It's not racism, is it?
No, it's not. Give me
Okay.
1 second. It'd be way funnier if it was, though. 1 second. Oh, shit.
My pop filter fell off. I don't need it anyway, I guess, but.
Oh, I could have sworn I had this pulled up. My bad.
I can't even. Since you're talking about K, 4chan is one of those weird things, dude, where I actually went on it the other day, just browsing. The last time I browsed 4chan seriously, I was probably like 21 years old or 20 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Like
same.
it was probably
I-
over a decade ago. And I looked at it, and the quality of posts and what people are saying is exactly the same. Not a fucking
crazy.
thing has changed.
It's
It's-
crazy. Sometimes I'll just read like a Twitter thread, and it'll lead me back there to like scope out the situation and see if they need help. And no, they're doing fine. They're
Yeah,
they like people. It's really funny that they and of course it's like individual people, so this is a massive generalization. But the thing about 4chan is they hate snowflakes, and they hate people that are like, you know, like in their bubble and safe in their bubble. When 4chan
Right.
is like probably the biggest bubble I've
Right.
ever
Yeah.
seen, but it just
It's-
happens to be a bubble of like degenerates and awful topics.
cope
But I
extraordinaire.
found it here, so I'm just gonna post this in the Discord so you can peruse it as well. But I'll kind of describe it as we're talking about it.
I'm gonna
So
throw
this
it up
guy
on
on
the
K
TV here.
said, "Hey Commandos, I started microdosing bullets by shooting myself in the leg with 177 pellets, and after 2 months they stopped breaking skin, so I've moved up to 22. My goal is to work up to 22 LR by the end of the year, and then one day get to 223. Is this possible? Can I become bulletproof?" And the image is a picture
Jesus.
supposedly of his leg, where
That's,
it does look pretty beat up, but he has a point, because it does seem like, okay, so I follow UFC pretty seriously, and a lot of the
Sure.
fighters will literally take like like rolling pins and shit, and they will just crack it into their shins over and over, and they'll roll it along their shins. This is to break the skin and strengthen the bone underneath, right?
Yeah,
That's how
so
they get more tensile strength in their bones.
There's a better way to do this than shooting yourself.
Well, but
Muay Thai guys kick banana trees all day.
Sure.
And those guys
but
have
banana
probably
trees don't fire at, like, 900 rounds a minute, and they don't travel at, miles a second. So
right.
For his last question, can he become bulletproof? I do wonder at what point this stops. Like, at what point do you start seeing pretty serious, like, diminishing returns? Like, can you become Captain America levels of like impenetrable, I guess?
So the fact is he's shooting himself with 22 pellets, which probably means air rifle, which means once he puts actual force behind those, they're going to blow right through his leg.
Yeah.
So when he uses one actual bullet, it's going to go right through him. There's just too much force. Yeah, like this guy he's going about the wrong way to be bulletproof.
Okay, what's the right way to be bulletproof?
Of course, metal implants.
Yeah.
Duh. You got to get that exoskeleton. You got to get titanium bones.
But that's cheating, because then you're not bulletproof. It's just the shit that they're putting. Look, I want to avoid doctors putting stuff in me. Period. Okay.
Yes, we could get into a whole philosophical debate about this. What is you? You know what I mean?
Oh, like, now you're making my head hurt.
Right. If you have to get like a pacemaker because your heart's all fucked up, and so you have a robotic piece keeping you alive, are you still you? You're not a robot. Like, at what point do you stop becoming human? We're gonna get way deep about this.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, well,
some bionic shit.
It is essentially the ship of Theseus problem. Because it's hard to define like what is actually you, right? Mm-hmm. And if you were to implant something in yourself, you aren't necessarily not you, even if it's considered not natural or something a human can't have by birth. Anyway, we're getting too deep for this retarded topic.
No, it's really not too deep, because there is
the host, or it could be the other way around, but like whatever you are as a host, whatever you within you are taking on, and it is becoming a part of you. Essentially, it's like kind of like with viruses and bacteria, or even like with cordyceps mushrooms, for example, how like the caterpillar one, like for example, where it busts through the top of the head of the caterpillar, kind of leads it up to like the top of a tree so it can spore and shit. It's like it takes over the host and becomes whatever that is. I mean, that's kind of what we are as organisms in a sense too. So it does. I mean, it makes sense.
Like, so if you want me, like, just to go back to like this dude trying to make himself bulletproof. Okay, if we want to pretend like this part would work, I still think he should train not using bullets, but like build up through sand or something first, because this dude's leg is like full of holes. It's a pretty nasty pick.
Especially skinly is going to be so dense, and then you're going to have to rely on bone density and like the matrixing of your bone. You know what I mean? But it's like, at what point is skin?
Yeah,
like how strong can that really get? You know what I mean?
It'll have an upper limit to probably its tensile strength.
You just need to figure out like a substance that you could use as like tattoo ink,
like some kind of like nano carbon fiber tattoo ink or something.
Something that would help.
You know what? I don't know that I've ever heard anybody like say that before. Like a tattoo body armor, that would be sick as fuck. Actually,
with like for example, like silver supplements and shit, it's nanoparticles of silver that you can ingest. So if you can essentially put that like in a sinus spray and shit, couldn't you do that with something else too that is eventually just going to deposit into layers of like your pores to your skin and build up and become something that is almost like a armor or some shit?
You just get spikes all over your body.
The problem would be you'd have to figure out.
You want to purge that shit, you would think, though.
Maybe, but the thing is, you'd have to be able to, like, when you do the tattoo, like, link all those molecules. So there'd almost have to be like a chemical reaction. Like, the ink is obviously like staying in your skin, but it's all individual little dots. So there'd have to be a chemical reaction with your skin in order to become one whole thing. so it can dissipate the energy of the bullet throughout all of the ink.
Right. Huh. Nanomachines. We probably need nanomachines. I don't know how far off we are from that. 100 years? 1,000 years?
10 years.
10? I wish. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
The first time I can program my own nanomachines to like, so I can have like super strength and shit, I'm doing it. It'll be a 5-second decision. I'll be like, fuck yeah, and I'll shoot them right up.
Full on form Voltron type shit.
Right. So like, but now like kind of to go back, because I think it is kind of worth a discussion. Like, what does make you you? That's something my schizophrenic pea brain loses sleep over sometimes, because I think about that a lot. I work with a lot of AI researchers, and they talk casually about eventually being able to upload your brain. Not in the near future, but as a reality. And I always think about that. Is that really you though? It's just a copy of your data. It's like a copy of a file. It has all of the original contents, so it has all of the original memory, but it's not you. It's a different you.
Probably has pronouns.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what is it that makes you you? Is it like your thoughts, your memory, your genetics, a combination? Like, what is even a thought? I don't know. I'm getting like too retarded, but like, I started thinking about that all the time. Like, when you think about something, like, especially if you like solve a problem, where does that thought come from? I mean, you're taking your experience and you're computing. So I understand you're doing some kind of iterative processing, like you're thinking about it over and over, running scenarios, but
it's generative in some aspect. I would think so too. The whole idea, like you think what you think you become, or the ideology that like in dreams, like we are just like inherently creating other realities, or other galaxies, or whatever. Too, always like that concept.
Well, like
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I've had so like I've had programming problems that I've actually solved in my sleep. Like I've solved them in a dream. I had a dream that I solved them, and the fix I did in my dream worked in real life. So something I was working on all day. So I could assume my brain was just trying things out, but my brain couldn't know if it worked or not. That's my problem with my dream. Like in my dream, I did something and it worked. And so I did it in real life and it worked. And my problem with that is my brain could not have known it would work. It just told me it would.
No, your brain probably knew it was going to work. You just weren't able to recognize in the real world that it would work.
I mean,
you might have tapped into some problem solving skills that you can't consciously run while you're awake.
It definitely, I mean, it could be.
I don't know.
So the way I'm trying to explain is like I'm programming something and I'm not a good programmer. So I have to run it and then have the error log come back at me. So I actually don't know if what I do works or not until the computer tells me success or failure.
Right.
So in my dream, I did something and the computer told me success. And so I tried it the next morning and it worked. And maybe it was my dream just being like, trust me, bro. Yeah. But like sometimes I really think there is like a real like aether. Like we really can pull things out of somewhere and make them real. And like, I don't know, like, are we connected to something bigger than ourselves, or does that come internally? Yeah. Is that just inside of me somewhere, or?
So there's this popular Twitch streamer now who's a member of Harvard faculty. He's a psychologist. His name's Dr. K. He's this Indian guy that basically mixes like traditional modern psychology and psychiatry and those practices with like Eastern spirituality, medicine, stuff like that. And I know you're pretty into that, Slick. So I'm curious what your thoughts on this are. He says that if you talk to like basically any yogi, like a practitioner of Eastern medicine, they will tell you that the question of what happens to us after we die has already been cracked, and that is while your body and your mind no longer exist, your consciousness does. and he says that mind and consciousness are two separate things. And the way that you can prove that is by the evidence of dreams. Because as far as we can tell, when you dream, your brain is still working, but your mind is not. You cannot, like you just said, you can't really physically, or not physically, I suppose, but you can't mentally solve for X in a dream, but your consciousness does whatever it wants while you're dreaming. And that's whether it's your subconsciousness or there are those times when you are able to be lucid in a dream. Your like your actual forethought comes into play as well. But because that exists, he says that once you die, your consciousness stays, and that is what people refer to as like ghosts when they feel like something is watching them or this, that, or the other. It is just consciousness everywhere. And he says that when you die, your mind and your body go away, but your consciousness stays around afterwards. So, what does it mean to be you? I think I have that nailed down to like 3 things.
Okay.
1, can I still bring myself to climax just by myself? That's very important.
Uno.
Number 2, am I aware of whatever is happening around me? Because if I get to a point where I do not have any sort of physical manifestation,
awareness,
and I'm only in the ether.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm only in the ether or whatever. To me, you are no longer the same person. There's like hokey shit like, the atoms in the body recycle once every 9 years or whatever, so you're technically never the same every 9 years. But that's purely physical for the most part. Your mind and your consciousness and memory is a big part of it too, are what make you you. It's your experiences. So if I can no longer experience things physically, that to me is a pretty serious line to cross.
It is.
And then number 3, you see the movie Interstellar, like where they at the end they find out that love is like the strongest fucking spoiler alert, but they find out that love is like the strongest force because it can be felt literally across time and universes or whatever.
Fucking gay.
Besides the romantic bullshit aspect of that, there is kind of some credence to that. There's actually a Japanese movie that did it way better, made by Makoto Shinkai. It's an animated flick called like it's like The Distance from the Stars or something. I'll find the name later.
I think I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, this girl becomes a mech pilot and she flies across the galaxy to fight against this alien force, and her boyfriend, who is like injured and wounded, can't join, and so he has to stay home. And they think about each other so much that they're able to like both deal with their day-to-day lives as they're dealing with incredibly different things. Like at home, he's faced with like, shame of not being able to fight in the military and just failure in his day-to-day life, whereas his girlfriend is literally fighting kaiju in fucking space. But I think there is some actual credence to be lent to like love as a emotion, or even just being aware of one another is what makes us us.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
yeah.
I think
it's a lot of energy based connectivity. So kind of going like back to a little bit of it with it. So it's a lot of like it is consciousness. I think a lot of it is also energy as well. So the body is animated because of energy, and the mind is animated because of consciousness. So when you kind of feel someone's present after they've passed, I think it's a combination of both their consciousness that's residual and their energy that's residual, that has kind of just been woven into the fabric of whatever that time is. And I think a lot of that stuff can just stay there and kind of repeat itself, because that's what energy is. It's infinite. It can't be destroyed. Obviously, we know the body can be, and I think a lot of it is figuring out what is the body made of. Is it, bacteria, organisms, stardust, all these other things too. But there's a lot of connectivity with all of that when it comes to who we are, and consciousness and energy. Because just thinking about like the reason we eat food, we eat certain food because that's the energy that it provides us, and we know certain types of food out there don't provide us the energy that we need to sustain these bodies, to keep them animated. And with that can come elements and other things too. But yeah,
I mean, even if you were like, even if somebody was like purely atheist and only wanted to say like, like, because we're kind of in this weird place now where like science is a new religion, where now people are like, they only believe what's peer reviewed and studied. But even if you were that kind of person, you would have to see a certain beauty in what happens when we die. Because if you believe all thought, if you believe all of it is intrinsic to yourself, so there's no energy, there's no anything, you believe love is something you feel inside of yourself, your thoughts are your own, all your memory is stored within brain tissue and like cells. Cells hold all your data, right? When you die, your body is matter cannot be destroyed, right? I mean, it just is transformed. The physical body, what physically makes you, is just transferred into other sources. So if you rot it into the dirt, and then the dirt feeds insects or feeds plants, and the plants feed animals, like parts of you literally like
are creating
go through life, are still cycling through life forever, for eternity. So that, like, even if you had the most like nihilist view, or not nihilist, but like at least at a minimum like a very rigid, like we only know what we know thing, like view of life, like you would still have to admit that happens when we die. And there is still a transference of you into other matter. Now, whether you want to say that lets people like feel your thoughts or your energy or whatever when you die, we don't know. But I mean, like,
it definitely isn't feeling though. It's like that whole energy and like love, for example. They've always kind of said that's attuned to certain frequency spectrums. I don't know if it's like the 432 hertz, but there's different frequency spectrums of energy that vibrate at a certain frequency that are said to be both healing as well as complementary to what, like, you know, your body's energy sources or the chakras or even just trees and other things around you vibrate at as well. They say everything has a sound, and it's all that vibrational attunement that comes with that, I suppose.
Yeah, like I think things I believe in have come and gone like throughout my life, but actually now I'm kind of more back to, I definitely believe in people can read your energy. Like whether I just feel it, like when I carry myself in a certain way and I believe it, other people do too. I don't have to do anything to convince them. They see it. I don't know. They just respond. If you come in a shitty mood and you act like kind of, you know, people can pick up on it. Right. Like it's not always just in your physical outward behavior. Like sometimes just what you're thinking, people can tell. You know, I don't, it's not that they read your thoughts, but
so like you start thinking about shit, it starts appearing kind of like, I guess, for example, with the other night where Boris was talking about the RV, you start thinking about RVs, you start seeing them more often, kind of like with the ping pong tables. So I mean, it could be like that central situation too with everyday life and like what you think you attract. You start thinking shitty thoughts, you're going to start attracting shitty people possibly coming your way or shitty situations.
Right. I mean, I don't want to get into like the whole manifesting thing because I got whole rants about that shit now, because there's like there's a whole group of modern white women witches who think they can manifest money. Like I want money, so they just think greed is manifestation. But I do believe there is something into creating your world around you first through your thoughts. So if you realistically did want to be rich, you know how to start that, and you think about it night and day. Like, I need to work my ass off. I need to get this. I need to do this. And you just don't stop. If you really, but you have to, before you can do anything, before you can even take, they always say like you got to take the first step or take baby steps. You can't even take a step till you think about it. Like, you have to have your thoughts correct before you do anything. And so there is a power into having your mind in the right place to undertake action. I don't know if that makes sense. It does in my brain, but
I think that guy can definitely become bulletproof now.
He just has to think about it more, right?
Yeah,
he just has to manifest it.
Right.
Yeah, we'll manifest it for him too. That shit, set the intention. He's gonna be good. He just needs to make sure he keeps like aiming for the same place though, because like if he tries like for a spot he hasn't been, that could be problems for him. But
fatal.
He just can't get too egotistical with his manifesting and his intention setting. So yeah.
Sounds like a bunch of hockey to me. If you guys would just praise the one true prophet, Muhammad, all would be fine.
I would do I want to really, I don't have any particular interest in joining a faith like that, but I would love to be able to sing those Islamic prayers.
Sure.
The call to prayers.
Sure.
That shit is so badass. I don't care. Like,
Dude,
I like it.
I get goosebumps at the beginning of Black Hawk Down. Oh,
I gotta grab this browser window here. So, I had I was popping up a window to search something on my computer because when I was 23. So, I don't know. I don't want to get into like a whole story of my life. But there was I started a lot of my journeys in getting better in my life through studying Buddhism. I would never call myself a Buddhist because I was never like a strict practitioner of religion and I was never a great person. But I learned a lot about self-reflection and being honest with myself through studying Buddhism. So it helped me get better because I stopped blaming other people. I stopped blaming culture or environments. I always just, anytime I was like upset at something, I just said like, what can I do better? How can I do it better? And that's how I like changed my entire life. That led me to the first time I went to China. I actually studied under a guy who owns like a traditional medicine shop. And I studied the I Ching, which is, the only way to describe it is it's essentially a fortune-telling book. So if you've ever seen them, they're...
like in the cookies?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like that, but a little more in depth.
Oh, okay.
So what you do is you essentially ask it a question. Or you ask a question. You don't ask it to a particular deity or a god or the book itself. You just
Mecca
ask.
like a high, Mecca hiney ho.
Is that some dreidel shit?
Like a fucking Pee Wee Herman.
Well, I know that, but it sounded like I don't know. I thought we were doing Kabbalah here for a second or whatever.
Oh, whoa.
So like, there's a couple methods of divination, but I got really into studying this book, and I mean, even at this level, I don't know shit about it. Even having done it and learned under someone, like there's people who study this for their entire life, and it's not religion, but like religion. You know, it requires a certain amount of faith. But you ask a question, and then you do something that's kind of, you start getting into like tarot, or kind of like, you know, is it real? It's fortune telling stuff, but you draw these stocks. So it'll be like hay or something, and you draw until you draw certain lengths, like short or long, and then depending on the number of short or long ones you draw, you look up a certain trigram, or is it a hexagram? You make a hexagram out of 2 trigrams, and it tells your future, or it tells you a direction to go in to answer your problem or question. Maybe sometime I'll if I can. It's been like 5-6 years since I've even like looked at the book, so but maybe sometime I'll do like a live reading for you so you can see how I can tell your future. But it studying things like that actually, because I look at tarot. And it's like, you're just shuffling a deck of cards. You could do that with a regular deck of cards, even almost. Like, I don't know how people put their faith in it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to.
Time people don't realize the faith they're putting into it. Like, it's just them doing the work and making it happen in their life, and then assuming it's the cards too. Sometimes it's like, well, you did the work. That's why it manifested. It wasn't because you The card manifested it for you. You know what I mean? That's with a lot of stuff. It's like sometimes it's not just luck. It's because you actually grinded the shit out.
Right. When I see things like the I Ching, though, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like that at all. It's like it's much.
Don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Don't you think? And I could be coming in a little early on this because I haven't heard fully how this works, but it's been my experience from an outside perspective since I've never gotten involved in any of this. I don't really believe in any of the predetermined like you will always do X at Y time and this, that, and the other.
Yes.
I don't even believe in like if that was the case, suicide wouldn't exist. If people could, if free will didn't exist, there would be no suicides. That's my idea. So don't you think that
there's a difference?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm willing to believe, at least partially, that there is some. There's a whole separate rant I could get into on like the self-help type shit and like the fortune telling, etc. But I think because of the state that you were in, and also the fact that you were physically present, and I have to imagine at least sort of bought in, like, you know, you literally flew to a different country to experience, not necessarily this, but you found yourself experiencing this. I have to believe that at least some part of you, because of the position that you were in and because of, I mean, you said it yourself before, you were kind of soul searching, wanted to believe that there was something bigger than just words on a piece of paper, right? So
yes.
Yeah.
I would never say that I'm not susceptible. Everybody's susceptible to mind control. I mean,
right.
You know, you put a woman in front of you in a striking woman in a red dress and put her in front of you in a white dress. Most people respond more to the red dress. It's just, you know, you're susceptible subconsciously to your thoughts being manipulated. So I'm not saying I'm above anything. There's a direct difference in that you can't use this to it's not direct fortune telling. So you can't say like does Gina love me or will I have a lot of money? It doesn't work like that. It's more about seeking guidance on a path you were going to set off on.
Okay. So it's like a self-help thing more.
Yeah, almost. It's like ancient self-help. It has a little bit of a different direction to how it goes because there are you can't ask it certain things. You don't get yes or no answers.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
I do
give
lend
you
a
those
pretty
things.
decent amount of credibility to that sort of stuff. I think self-help books and personal like life coaches and shit, I think they help.
Right.
But that doesn't. You can't go to somebody like that when you're not ready to take the first step yourself.
Right.
Because they're not able to take that first step for you ever.
Well,
so you have to already be in a position where you have sort of mind controlled yourself, I guess, to change your circumstances.
Well,
and whether that's because of a trauma or because of, like, you know, not having any other options left after having exhausted all other options, would you realize finally, like, I'm the one that has to change? That's when those people can help you along that path, and maybe things like
the name self-help literally implies that you're doing it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's helping yourself. It's just that people don't get it. They're always looking for the quick fix, for the bullet, but like you can't do anything until you want to do it yourself. So,
speaking of the quick fix,
sure.
I've been taking ivermectin for 10 years.
For fun?
For fun.
That doesn't sound quick.
I'm really kind of mad about the posers now talking about it because
hopping on the
hype train. I don't know
if
if you guys have seen me recently. I'm 9.5 feet tall and I have four quadrupedal hooves.
Yeah,
and,
have you about to fucking run in the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, they call me Sweet Princess. I saw a thing. This is so off topic. I'm sorry. I saw a thing on Twitter that said Joe Rogan looks like the cover of an Animorphs book, but he's halfway between being from Joe Rogan to a fire hydrant.
That is pretty funny.
Last week Friday, we had to put one of our dogs down, and
oh god,
it's whatever. It sucks. My wife, she's all beat up about it. But we were like in the little like procedure room, and they had like the billboard with like ads on it, and one of them was like a dog dewormer, and it said ivermectin on it. I just kind of chuckled while my wife was sitting there crying.
You gotta find the humor in the That's kind of weird. Like, they have advertisements in the operating room.
Yeah.
A fucking billboard with a chick smiling on it while your dog's getting put down. That's pretty fucking brutal.
A cat with pink eye sitting on this board here. It's like, we got the med for it.
Oh, man.
Gallows humor, whatever. It was a dog.
I mean, I'm kind of. I mean, if I had to put my dog down, I'd be sad. But like, I get it too. A dog, it's a dog.
Yeah,
like, I love my dog.
A lot of people, I think, get way like I'm sort of guilty of this. Like, I don't even have my cat anymore. It's with my brother, just because the people I live with are mostly allergic and just not the same about animals as I am. But even at the end of the day, like if I have a dog or a cat or something and it hurts one of my family members, or it gets to a position where it's like this thing isn't working, it's an animal. Like, we are literally at the top of the food chain because these things do not have the faculties to control themselves. Even with extensive training, they could just go ape shit one day for no reason. That's where that term comes from, is ape shit, because they're animals, right?
That was like the hardest part about doing the whole thing, was like seeing my wife hurt.
Right,
but, like,
exactly.
What brought me back was and my other dog, he was hurt, but then I have to like pull myself back and be like, you married a white woman. Like, what did you expect?
You did this to yourself.
Yeah.
You did this
I can't blame anybody.
You made your own hell.
Yeah, I manifested this. Yeah. It was bound to happen.
I like that. Bringing that back to manifestation. You definitely did. You did the Scott Stapp from Creed and made your own prison there.
Yeah. Yeah. She wants to have these dogs, and I say yes, and then I know what's going to happen. She's going to fall in love with it because she's a white woman and fucking making out with it.
White women love jackals. They kiss the jackal in the mouth.
Yeah.
I visited you guys recently, and in undisclosed location. Now, I'm from Cleveland, so I came of age in Cleveland, and when I was, I want to say 22, so like 4 years ago, I went to a strip club for the first time with a couple of my friends. And strip clubs in Cleveland, maybe I haven't gone to enough of them. I don't know. Like, I know there's certain, I think at least there's like state regulations, and then there's the actual club, like their regulations. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's certain states that are just known for having batshit crazy fucking strip clubs, and then others that are like much more timid. Cleveland, in my experience, was pretty. I mean, it was fun, but it was pretty timid. Like no topless, no. Well, they're topless, but no full nudity, no nothing. No touch, all this other stuff. Like, you just sit down, you have a good time, you watch some pretty girls walk by. After I was done visiting you guys, I was about to head back, and I won some money at the casino, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go to a strip club because I've never been to one in this place. And I sat down at the bar. About 5 minutes later, this nice young woman walks up to me, sits on my lap, tells me to, by the way, doesn't ask me. She says, buy me a drink. I'm like, okay. Buy her a drink. We do a private dance. It goes okay. She's very nice. She's very cool. But I noticed immediately, like, first off, you get into the VIP room, clothes come off almost entirely. Like, all she's wearing is a G-string. And I'm like, Jesus fuck. Like, that's intense. But anyway, the dance ends, and I'm like, wow, that was crazy. I'm about to head out. And then this other girl, who, by the way, for the last few weeks has just lived rent-free in my head, sits down at the bar, and I am like, I feel myself pulled tractor beam style to just go talk to her. And we have a chat for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, I'm going to go smoke, and when I come back in, I'm going to ask you for a private dance. Is that okay? She goes, yeah. So I go out there, I smoke a cigarette, I come back in, and I take her into the VIP room, or she takes me, rather. And within like 2 minutes, she has spat her gum in my mouth and started choking me. And I'm like, this is so far beyond where I thought these sort of things went. I was like sitting there, she's choking me, and she's like, "What are your fantasies?" And I'm like, I can't talk. You have to take your hands off."
I don't want to go to prison.
She takes her hands off, and I'm like, you pretty much nailed everything so far. Nice job." And then, yeah, it was just absurd. I didn't know they got down like that in our town.
Yeah, well,
so yeah, that shit's fucking crazy.
The best ones, I've only had one strip club experience, and it was in bumfuck nowhere during hunting season, and they fly in the best of the best for opening hunting weekend, because all these it's just all these dudes, shacked up in a cabin or at hotels. They got nothing better to do at night because
getting real broke back out there.
And we're in a fucking pole barn on a gravel road, and it is fucking packed. There's no booze allowed in there.
Smart.
Yeah, there's no booze allowed in there, and they didn't have an ATM, but the dude that owns the place would sit and be the bouncer, and if you needed singles, they didn't have singles. They had $2 bills.
Oh.
So you could bring your own singles in, but like they would just recirculate all these $2 bills all night, like they'd go in and the strippers would cash them in. And there's no booze, but the parking lot is packed with people just drinking out of the backs of their trucks. And you just go out there, drink a little bit, come back in. They had a huge stage and then a ton of little like stables essentially for like their VIP
centaurs?
rooms. Yeah, like you're in a fucking barn. Like
Right.
I'm not even joking. It's a fucking barn. And
It's kind of dope though.
the coolest one I
So smart.
it's so fucking funny. There's this big group of guys at the end of the stage, and it must have been one of them's like birthday or whatever, because they were all kind of huddled around him. And one of the strippers on the stage was like, "All right, turn around," and he like spun around on his bar stool. She's like, "Lean back," and he put his head back, like you would at like a hair salon. And then the guys put a $50 bill on his nose, and then she just slapped down on his face and picked it up, grabbed the $50 bill, and then like power bombed his face like 3 or 4 times. Just slapped her fucking. It's like, holy fuck! Everybody's going crazy, and he's like, "How was that?" And the dude's like, "Fucking smelled like chicken." I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It was pretty wild.
It's hard for me to get down with that kind of environment. I don't know. I when I was like 17, so there was a small town outside of the city here where there was a strip club that was a juice bar.
Yeah.
This is what they think it was labeled as a juice bar. So of course you have to be 18 to get in, but you might even have to be 21. I don't know. Some people from school were like, they don't card. Let's just go. So like I went, and there was like a pregnant chick dancing and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't like this. This is disgusting. And I just left. And like the only other time I went to a strip club, I think a couple of our mutual acquaintances brought me when I was like 20. I finished college, right? I got my shitty associate's degree, and they brought me to a strip club, and I was just like disgusted when I walked in. It smelled bad, and the girls were not really like for me, and like I don't know. I was like, I'm not down with this vibe. Let's go. And that was the same night. Then we tried to go to another bar, and they kicked me out because my clothes were too baggy. Because I was wearing a 3XL black T-shirt with Fred Sanford, or Red Fox airbrushed on it from Sanford and Son. And they were like, the bouncer was like 5'2" at the bar, and friends go in first, and I go in. I'm trying to go in. He puts his hand on my chest. He says, "Not you." I'm like, "What? Why?" He's like, "You're too baggy." I'm like, "Too baggy? The fuck?" He's like, "Your clothes are too baggy." And I don't know what came. I was really like, I was offended. I was like genuinely offended.
Fuck that.
You know what was fucked up about the Pigpen strip club that we were at? You could definitely tell which girls were from Vegas and which ones were there year round. Okay. There was a very distinct line.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah, it was not. There was a couple. They were pretty busted. It wasn't very good.
That's got to feel pretty bad. Like you're doing your thing, you're putting in the hours, you're mastering your craft, and in comes the Tom Brady of ass clapping. You're like, well, fuck.
You get these fucking scabs that roll into town, and it's like, you haven't put any work here. What the fuck? This is my territory. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I almost felt
smart, though.
Oh yeah, dude, they fucking make bank.
I can imagine. Yeah,
they make bank over that weekend. They'll just, I mean, they'll fly them out. They'll fly them out like Thursday. They'll stay till Sunday, and then go back, and then come back again like next Thursday. Like that's how fucking much money they make. It's fucking silly. And then the casino's right there too. So yeah, it was.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Why are brothels illegal?
Or fucking Puritan heritage. Fucking goes way back to the Pilgrim days, I suppose.
Is it really that? Like, it's just that though? Because that seems like so easy to overcome. I don't know.
Yeah, you would think so, but like the Christian fundamentalists are all fucking butthurt about people having fun.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I guess the people in office are literally. I swear to God, I saw a guy on Fox News the other day, and I thought he was 140 years old. Like, I cannot fathom the fact that some of these people are still alive. Like,
yeah, and in charge of shit.
Dude legit looks like he was cracking the whip 100 years ago. He's fucking sitting there talking about like iPhone privacy. I'm like, you legitimately would not know how to dial a fucking rotary phone, you fossil.
I saw a headline today on Twitter that said some company did a bunch of genealogy work into Joe Biden and found out that his ancestors had slaves.
Nice.
Like, yeah.
Nice.
Like, yeah, that's pretty good.
I had I don't know if this is super related, but I've been kind of in a dour mood these days. I'm just tired of working, and you know the news always sucks, and I thought that I'm not saying, I'm not making a call that is inciting violence or anything along those lines. I just thought it would be interesting if somebody made a website called Blue Check Hit List, and it just scraped every Twitter account that was verified and then put as much data as it could about each one of them on a website.
Now, I had a coworker that I used to work with that ran a very, very, very popular, I'm talking like maybe 700,000, 800,000 followers Twitter account that was an aggregate for this one specific group of streamers, like on Twitch and stuff. Basically, they would post like clips and highlights of these streamers interacting with each other. And I'm not kidding. When he got verified on Twitter, his IQ dropped 30 points. So there is legitimately something that happens to you when you get the blue check mark that turns you not only into a worse human,
inoperable,
but also
tumor.
into it's so instant that like it's a fate worse than death. I would never wish that upon anyone that I interact with.
Well, right. I just read these things by verified people, and they're of all different walks of life. Some are politicians, which are scum of the earth. Some are media, journalists, writers, newsroom reporters. Some are just people. I don't know why the fuck they got verified. But I was thinking how... So, you know that these sites push a certain ideology. And they've become like the de facto form of public discourse. The way you interact with people is through one of the major social media sites. Like the internet has been consolidated. So you can say like Twitter kicking you off or censoring you is not a free speech issue, but it kind of is, because there's only so many places you can actually communicate anymore on the internet. And I think it's funny that you see all these people celebrating when Donald Trump, like, regardless of what you think about him, I'm not a fan of the guy, but they kicked him off Twitter, right? And these people were celebrating, and they turn it into it's a very right versus left political divide. But then they ignore, so Danny DeVito, the actor, took what would be, I consider, a just stance, but it would be probably fall under a more of a left-wing stance, right? I believe it was the Nestle workers were trying to unionize and were striking. And Danny DeVito posted a comment in support of Nestle workers unionizing. They stripped him of his verified status. Danny fucking DeVito. I'm sure I didn't follow up. I followed up a couple days later, and he still didn't have it. This was a couple weeks or a month. It was a while ago, so I haven't checked to see if he got his blue check back or anything. But I'm thinking about, they're gonna play it off like it was an error or it was, but what they're really doing is, when you scroll through Instagram or Twitter, you see the blue check mark. That's a person that the company is telling you should listen to. This is a verified individual. By verifying people, they've made it so what they say and do matters on their platform. They've literally verified this person and their content and everything.
I think it's getting us used to the social caste system.
Well, right.
Yeah.
So you strip, the way is, you can't just delete Danny DeVito off Twitter. You can't block him. You can't suspend. It's Danny DeVito. People are going to notice. But you strip his blue check mark is a real sneaky way. I'm getting into tinfoil hat mode, but you strip him of that blue check mark and people won't see what he posted or won't believe it's the real Danny DeVito. He just doesn't have his check mark. So they just ignore it.
It's like diet deplatforming.
Right, because you see Danny DeVito calling for unionization, and he's a person with a platform, and they care about him and his artistry and what he does. So they're like, oh shit, I should look into this issue. You take away that blue check, and people just fly through their feed. They don't see it. They see it. They don't think it's really Danny DeVito, or you know what I mean? It is. It's it is silent censorship, and they why are they kowtowing to Nestle? And who's making that call? And I don't know. It struck me as really bad, and it makes me think that why in the first place? If you're ultra famous, I see why you need some form of verification status, because of the amount of scams. If you see all the Elon Musk Bitcoin scams and stuff on Twitter, people fall for that shit all day. But why, as a normal person, would you ever seek verification status?
That's unless you're making a living off of your online presence, there's no reason, I think, to ever have that. On that note, Nicki Minaj is verified on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw her tweet recently, but it's pretty fantastic.
I did
mostly
see
the replies.
The vaccine stuff.
Yeah,
Nicki Minaj is based, dude.
Let me just post it.
First off, she's fucking tight.
Well, she's bad as fuck, but
did you see Tucker Carlson's thing?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh fuck.
He doesn't have ass like Nicki Minaj, so don't follow him.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, ass comes first. She said, my cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it and became impotent. His testicles became swollen. His friend was weeks away from getting married. Now the girl called off the wedding. So just pray on it and make sure you're comfortable with your decision and not bullied. Here's the thing. So first off, I just want to shout myself out. I said, as a quote tweet, my cousin in Trinidad said that if you shoot 117 Wraith shots into the cave of Blood Gulch, it'll teleport you to Zanzibar and unlock drunk birthday. Which is way more true than what she's saying. There's a lot of reasons to doubt the efficacy of the vaccine. Your testicles getting swollen after taking it is probably near the bottom of the list because first off, any virus that has basically full access to your body can fuck with your shit in a million different ways. So I mean, it's just so fucking stupid to think that something like that is caused. yeah, like I said, there's reasons to doubt the efficacy of the vaccine. Like I got jabbed back in like May, and now they're saying I'll probably have to do it again before the year is out, and I'm fucking not doing that because
Yeah, I wouldn't do it again.
like I was fucking bedridden for like 3 days. So no
Yeah.
thanks.
Nah. So yeah, I don't know about the testicles thing. I do know one person, and I cannot get specific. They had a miscarriage. You can say it's from many factors, but the only thing is she had the vaccine and then had a miscarriage within days.
Yeah, I mean,
So
like,
I don't. Can I prove that it was the vaccine? No.
Here's the thing: would you
would
take
I
a
recommend
flu
pregnant
shot?
women get it? No.
Yeah, like, would you take a flu shot when you're fucking pregnant? No.
So
I don't
no,
think you should.
and this is even harsher because this is essentially gene
Yeah.
editing. This is gene therapy.
Yeah,
It's an mRNA vaccine. It literally affects you
it's
genetically.
it's fucking rough.
I would not ever allow. So, how do I put this? I am not a scientist and I am not a genius. But I do live with someone with published scientific papers. I work around doctors and scientists all day, and many of them are very, very, very pro-vaccine. And I think the vaccine is, at worst, do nothing for most people. It's probably not really going to save your life, but it probably isn't going to kill you either. It's probably mostly inert, and it's more of a money laundering, some kind of like scam. Like politicians are making billions off this. Pfizer's making billions off this, but you know, the efficacy is so low. You're only safe for 6 months or whatever. You know, like they're telling you have to do it again. Like then you're not really vaccinated.
No. And have you seen
so-
anything about the Russian vaccine, by the way?
No, I haven't.
Why is
So-
it in a hurry?
So
Sorry.
nice. So in Russia, they don't have the FDA, so they pushed out the vaccine like way before the U.S. did, at least publicly, right? You also have to pay for it in Russia, and it's like $100. It's not super expensive. But there was this scientist guy that took it, and they told him, number one, you can't drink for I think they said like 2 weeks before and after taking it, no alcohol.
Oh shit.
And they also told him that you should never take anything like this again, like because of kind of like what you were saying. They're like, this type of vaccine is not only is it like hyper effective. I think it was like it was on the levels of like the Moderna one, which is not what I had. I had the fucking the shitty beta Pfizer. But they were saying it's like it's hyper efficient and you should not take it again, at least until like unless it becomes like altered. Like so they were saying to him like you should not take the same vaccine again because it could fuck you up and potentially kill you.
Right.
So yeah, there's that.
I'm not gonna say that I know a whole lot, but I know I would not. I probably would never take anything like this again.
No, I don't think I would either.
So we have to take the virus serious, right? You have to take a viral outbreak seriously, and it is imperative to do your best. Like, I'm all for the freedom of choice. Like, if you want to wear a mask, I'm actually okay with that. Like I said, I've lived in Asia. People wear masks there all the time, everywhere they go. They always have. Well, because also they had SARS-CoV-1, and it never went away.
Yeah.
They still have it. So
Yeah.
you now have two pretty big strains of SARS infecting humans over there in Asia. Like, it'll probably never go away. When we start talking about the death numbers, and things like that, I'm not. Obviously it spread through and it did kill a lot of people. Did it kill many more than would have died anyway from seasonal illness? I'm sure it did. I'm 100% sure it did. But I don't know that it's as much as people think it is. Because we don't fixate on how many people die every single day of other illnesses and diseases. And also,
I thought they were gonna finally like around December, where the tests are gonna be able to be able to differentiate between what is the flu and actually COVID, where they've never been able to do that up until this point.
Right. I had, well, in 2009, I got very sick. I had flu, but I was like vomiting and I was really sick. I went to the doctor and they marked it as swine flu. There was no test. They didn't care. I was sick. I had the flu. They marked it as swine flu. That flu I don't know if it was or was not just a regular strain of flu. I mean, obviously that's the one that mutated. It came from pigs or whatever, but I remember very specifically that a 19-year-old girl in a city nearby died from it at the same time I had it. And I was about that age. So it was kind of freaky because I had it and she had it and she looked otherwise healthy, is what everyone said, and she died. I didn't die. And I don't know why. I think COVID is much the same.
Stole her essence.
Right. Maybe. People are gonna die, and there's a good chance that they might have died from any illness. When you start looking at the comorbidity, it's pretty insane. I mean, I saw statistics that were well over 95% of all deaths had comorbidity. I guess that's probably if you include age. That's whatever, over 55 or over 60 or I think it's over 60. If you're over 60, that's considered a comorbidity. But the vast majority of people who died had another illness, like diabetes or AIDS, cancer, whatever. I don't know that to somebody that is healthy that it's really that fatal. I mean, we don't know. There can be lasting effects, but again, there can be lasting effects from any illness.
Well, I mean, they're talking about now, like all the young kids with like the heart inflammation. You know, like the younger people getting the vaccine, like
and getting the heart inflammation.
Yeah, and like dying is like, okay, well, what, like, how much time do you need to figure out before like it's like good? Like people always compare this vaccine like
more than 6 months or whatever the fuck time it was.
And my big problem with this is anybody who died from taking this medication, or like they died from this vaccination, there's a really good chance they wouldn't have died from COVID.
Yeah.
There's a really good chance COVID would not have killed them, but they died. You're taking a cure you don't necessarily need. Like, they're selling you solutions to a problem that doesn't exist. That's not to say the virus doesn't exist, but they're selling you something that I don't believe works as well as they want you to believe. And what's really batshit to me, like going back to blue checks, is the amount of people who want you to die if you didn't get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really fucked up, dude. These people, these motherfucking cretins are people who dictate policy. They dictate law, or they inform the public of the news. They hold positions where they influence our lives. And they're literally saying, if you don't have the vaccine, you should be excluded from all life. If you don't have the vaccine, you should die. There's people who don't have the vaccine who are just like, we should, live and let live. And these people are like, no, you should die. And it's insane to me how these are the same people probably last year were all like, they were probably all Black Lives Matter,
Donald Trump's a fucking fascist.
So punch a Nazi in the face, blah, blah, blah. And now they're literally calling for the deaths of Americans who don't want a vaccine. Yeah. And
to play devil's advocate for a second, I carry that same opinion for anyone that gets into a public swimming pool that's more than 6 feet deep without floaties. I think that anything that happens to you in that sort of position, after that fact, if you're not carrying floaties on you, is between you and God.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you for one reason.
Lifeguards are actively fighting against Darwin.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you because I want there to be particularly female lifeguards.
If they see some fucking idiot drunk off of 6 white Russians get into a swimming pool, they just make sure that if he does fuck up, they hold him under.
That's funny. Oh, that was I mean, I don't want to get too.
It's been pretty heavy. Yeah. I'm trying to think of something funny, and none of it would actually be funny. It would just be too honest, I think. And that.
Yeah, we definitely weren't as lighthearted here.
Oh, yeah. I had this thought the other day. Fucking anti-vaxxers, they're just bug chasers. You know what a bug chaser is, right?
No, enlighten me.
A bug chaser, it's a kink.
Oh, okay.
And it's mainly in the gay community. There's dudes that go out and have promiscuous sex with people known to have HIV.
Okay, I see where this is going.
Trying to infect themselves.
Why?
That's their kink, and don't you dare kink shame them. So anti-vaxxers are just Republican bug chasers.
I suppose.
That's all it is. So don't kink, like all these people shaming these anti-vaxxers. That's their kink.
Yeah, don't
they're
just shaming.
They're kink shaming.
I wonder
don't do that.
How much, like how many different ways you could protect yourself in conversational armor to where you're just impenetrable by any sort of logical reasoning. Because the left is so incredibly... Yeah, the left is so incredibly hypocritical when it comes to certain things that I wonder, like, could you just put on, like, pauldrons of anti-vaccination, but then also have, like, gauntlets of like, being a pro-sex worker and like, anti-kink shaming? And then just, like, they come at you with one thing, and you respond with another, and eventually they just, like, they turn into a tesseract, and fucking reality begins to melt around them because they can't handle the sheer levels of hypocrisy.
I heard, so there's it's kind of, I think it's a little bit older now, but there was a new I don't know if you call it a gender identity, and it's called super straight.
Oh, okay.
And
that's tough.
So trans women are women. And if you're super straight, you're not into trans women. You're just into women.
Okay.
So that excludes. So there's this circular, like,
we just keep going down the drain.
Yeah, it's like you're being transphobic. No, this is my gender identity. I'm super straight.
I'm super straight. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like
you're being super straight phobic.
Well, we've gone down this dark path where we have justified so much degeneracy.
Yeah.
Where people are literally defending, like, pedophilia.
Yeah.
Calling it, like, what do they call it? Like ageist preference or something? Like, I don't know what it is. There's a term for it. And
yeah.
It's like, no, they're just sick fucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with the left is that they have certain lines you shouldn't cross, but they don't realize that the lines are so close to each other that they're just a circle.
Well, what do they call that?
Stuck inside a circle, unless
they call it horseshoe theory, where
that makes more sense.
The two extremes are actually very, very related in
yes, that makes
behavior
more sense.
And ideology. Yeah, it just, so what happens is you fall into what they like to do. Well, they're called Kafka traps. So Kafka trap is something like the term, like when they made the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is one of the most garbage documents ever written.
Oh, that's right. Happy Patriot Act Day.
Oh, yeah. Happy Patriot Act Day. 9/11 was recently, and that's the day freedom died.
I think the Patriot Act actually got signed on September 18th or 28th.
Yeah, it was pretty soon after.
Yeah.
So it's coming up. And
anyway, sorry.
Well, it's just, the Patriot Act is very anti-freedom, and it is very horrendous for the average American citizen. But they call it the Patriot Act. If you don't like it, you're not a patriot. You don't love your country. So that obviously was kind of that comes from the right. That was George Bush and his government. But I mean, really, that was the government entirely, and whatever. I believe that there's more entities in control than just that. But regardless, the Kafka traps get used very frequently by the left. So when you have stuff like Antifa, anti-fascist, or they go out and they beat people who they call Nazis, and then if you say like you can't go out and just use violence like that, and like, what do you like, Nazis? Like they set you up in this trap. So if you say you don't like Antifa, they're like, you don't like anti-fascism? What are you, a fascist? Like, but you're not anti-fascist. Like, it's just your name. This is what you call your group. But your behavior and your ideology is not anti-fascist. You have very rigid lines, and there are very, very strict ways you do things, and you don't fall in. I mean, it's a group of individuals. Not everybody believes the same, but overall, like the name itself is a logic trap, right? Mm-hmm. Because they try to put you in, like, just by having that name, they are virtuous. Yeah. When it doesn't mean anything. If you started a Nazi organization and you called it the anti-Nazi party, and anybody was like, we guys are like Nazis, be like, no, we're anti-Nazis. What are you, a Nazi? Like, yeah. But it doesn't. No one's even focusing on what the actual ideology are, what the actual behaviors are, what the actual actions are. They're so hung up on titles and names and branding.
Well, that's because looking beyond headlines or titles requires like critical thinking, and thanks to shit like smartphones and clickbait and stuff like that, it's significantly harder to find someone willing to just take the time to read an article. Speaking of articles, and also speaking
of
about
Confederation,
9/11, I just linked. I just linked in the Discord an article. Why didn't the Eagles do anything to stop 9/11 from happening? So it reads here. I'm just gonna read a quick excerpt.
The bird. I was thinking like Michael Vick.
No. It says anyone who knows me understands what a huge Lord of the Rings fan I am. However, my fandom does not come without criticism. Like many who came of age in the early 2000s, I was enthralled by Tolkien's Tale of Frodo and Sam's Odyssey. Yet one plot hole has nagged at me these many years, with the great eagles willing to rescue Gandalf from captivity by Saruman and to fight alongside Aragorn at the Battle of the Black Gate. Why didn't they do anything to stop 9/11? So I think they bring up a really good point here.
They should have flown into the jet engines.
Yeah. Well, they have magical powers as well, so let's not take those out of account. Yeah. The Eagles had a moral obligation to prevent the deadliest act of terrorism in American history. Are Isengard and Barad-dûr the only two towers of consequence? Okay. Sorry, I'm done with that. That shit was great. I had a good time reading that.
That is, I mean, you do, you almost wonder, like, if that's kind of, it's obviously satire, but is it code? Because they didn't, they didn't scramble any fighter jets that day until, till it was already too late. You have multiple hijacked flights and you don't scramble any fighters.
So I watched the Netflix 9/11 doc. It's like whatever, like 4 or 5 part series or whatever. It's the most confusing documentary. I'm convinced everything on Netflix is like some sort of propaganda.
Sure, for sure.
Like, there's no fucking way that like they have an agenda to pushing something out. But I was watching this one, and it's like they're trying. I can't tell what they're trying to do, if they're just trying to divide us more, because in the beginning it's like, yeah, rah rah America, fuck the Taliban, and by the end it's like, oh well, America kind of caused this, even though everybody knew this, but like I just couldn't put my finger on what they were getting at. I'd be interested if you guys watched it, you could figure it out. I might have to revisit it because I was drinking a lot when I was watching it. So
I don't. So like, there's that thing people talk about with like doom scrolling, and like how you go on social media or you go on Netflix or whatever, and you just read and you never choose what to actually go further into. You just sort of take you take everything from the shallow end. I don't do that because I honestly think that makes you not just dumber, but also more susceptible to like the algorithms and shit like that.
Right.
I don't understand, why would you ever trust an anonymous source to curate your content for you?
Right.
Like, especially when they have a financial or what's it called, a fiscal responsibility to their shareholders to make it so that you're on their platform for as long as possible. Why would you ever like give any credence to that sort of thing? If I want to watch a movie, it's because someone I know recommended it to me, or because I heard about it from some source and I read into it and I'm like, oh, that sounds like something I'd like, and then I'll just go find one of these websites that has it, and then just watch it there. And then right after it, it's like, hey, you watched fucking Gone in 60 Seconds. Maybe you'd like the transporter. And I'm like, nope, I sure wouldn't. And I just turn it right off because you don't know me because I watched one thing on your website with fake information that I gave you. That's not how it works. So yeah,
I do
any
that.
of these new curated, like, it's so awful because it is seriously just like there's a serious propensity to just keep you on the platform as long as possible. That's how it is with anything,
Right.
because that's how they make their money.
Well,
And yeah,
what entices people the most? There's two things: is sex and anger, right?
I
So,
would say
I mean,
yes. I would say,
when
though, speaking as the youngest person here as well, I would say one other thing that people don't take into account enough is comedy. And I
oh
don't mean
yeah, definitely,
like haha comedy. I mean like absurdism. That is
sure,
really popular now. Like
sure,
like if you look at any of like Zoomer Twitter, it's like hieroglyphs if you're not in it. And I'm pretty fucking old now, but even I can like still keep up because I make a pretty solid effort to try to keep up with what they're talking about. Like, let me just show you one thing that I just retweeted, and I
well,
just want you to see if
sure.
you can even understand what any of this
So
says, okay?
while you're doing that, they the other day some people hit me with that thing where they hit their forearm with their fingers. I don't know what that shit means. I'm definitely old as fuck now,
Oh,
and
that's
I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And they're like,
yeah, no,
you
that's
know,
when
like,
you like, so you say sheesh or something like that,
oh,
and you lay that on your arm and you do the biting lip thing, and
uh-huh.
it's like a sign of endearment, I guess. It's like, damn, that was sick. Or
Uh,
just like, I'm popping
so
off, basically.
what you
Go ahead and
sent
read
me,
that for me,
what
Steph.
you sent me, I understand this because this is my favorite shit. This is what my brain is like. The not
Okay, go ahead and
exactly, but
read it.
like the normal pilled sanity cucks at my work could never understand me. They'll never know what it's like to be a lane pilled sigma, to be falling, to be faded, to be a Sisyphusian schizochad. Lacan and land pilled. My brain cell count is so high that the inside of my cranium undergoes Malthusian pressures. They could never understand the life of a blind pilled, black pilled IntelliChad. Um,
So
so
obviously that's like super sarcastic, but imagine
right.
that being on a fucking read on Fox. Like,
If
imagine Tucker
yeah, if
Carlson sitting next to a fucking image of that.
yeah, they
That to me is the funniest thing on the planet, and I
so
honestly think laughing at how ridiculous that things are is one of the best coping mechanisms for sure.
right,
And that's what a
I
lot of the
like
younger people
this.
go towards.
Yeah, dude, I love this because it is obviously lambasting people who are really kind of believe in this shit. I
Yes.
love the whole like Sigma male satire shit right now. It's
Hmm.
fucking hilarious to me. Um, the fact, but the even more funny fact is there are people who really believe in it.
Oh yeah.
Like, and I'm assuming the lane pill is about a serial experiments lane,
Hmm.
and like that whole incel speak is fucking hilarious to me because I saw one the other day where a guy was so I don't know how familiar you guys are with this incel stuff. I kind of go watch them as a hobby, like if you had an ant
I'm
farm.
unfortunately
You-
very familiar. Yeah.
so yeah, if you ever owned like an ant farm and you watch the ants dig tunnels in their little glass thing, I like to go on like incel forums and just like it's like I'm watching the
Yeah.
ants dig their tunnel. I'm like,
I was
neat.
just
I
about to
tap
say
the
that
glass.
that is Twitter for me. I
Yeah.
just go on there and I'm
So
like, "Hello, little gay people." I'm
yeah.
over here.
What you doing there, little guy?
What are you all up to?
So they have this whole thing like incel. A lot of these incels are so deep in this downward spiral that they believe doing anything is a cope. Like, if you work really hard for your money, you're coping.
Based.
Yeah. Like, if you are you have to do things called like looks maxing. So you have to like eat properly and work out all the time to max out your looks, or you have to like I don't know all the terms, but like they call it. But anyway, so one was like you can get girls by making them laugh, and like girls were posting like, yeah, sometimes a guy who's not super handsome but can make me laugh, I like being with them. And this guy started just going off in the comments, and he's like, that only works if you're jester maxing. Like, no irony. Fully legit. He starts talking about, like, you have to be jester maxing. And I'm like, okay. So there are people who unironically believe this kind of shit, where, like, you have to be different kind of pilled. Like, everything is a form of pilled or maxing or coping, and nothing is...
It's so hard, though, to understand when they're kidding and when they aren't, because some of it's so absurd that you're just like, there's no shot they actually believe this. And then other times it's like, oh, he got into a van and ran over 16 people in Toronto. Maybe he was serious. Like, it's fucking insane.
I was listening to this streamer the other day, and I know there's some of these people out there that like believe it. And he was like reviewing. He was watching some other streamers talk about something or whatever, and this dude. It got canceled from his D&D group or whatever, and had to leave.
With this,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Arcadum thing.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're.
I don't know this, so
with this.
Okay,
I can go into it if you want.
The way that dude talks, like he talks like he's in an anime, and he thinks he's so smart, and like. The level of like delusion and how serious he takes himself, it's like, what the I couldn't even like listen to like some of the calls. I was like, this is the cringiest shit. And I know in my heart of hearts, he believes in it so much.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe there's people out there that are like that.
We know.
I'm a little too close to the topic to speak without severe bias, because I used to take a lot of his ideas and the way that he worked in D&D, and I used to apply them in my own games. I don't do that anymore because, not only is the guy extremely cringe, he's also like, he's somehow like pity manipulated like over like a dozen women into having ERP VR chat sex with him. And dude, it is a serious like if you want to dive into this, I can give you the fucking deets. Dude, it's pretty insane.
We might have to save this topic for next week.
If it's that deep, we might.
Yeah,
we should do a whole deep dive into it.
It goes on, but anyway, like, there is a lot of people out there that you think are just like, oh wow, he's like that's a really funny bit. I can't believe he's kept it up so long. And then, like I said, they get into a van and they run over a bunch of pedestrians, and you're like, oh, it wasn't a bit.
Dude, so he like. You remember the kid that would run down the hall like Naruto in high school?
Yep.
Like Twitch is like enabled so many people to just like expand that.
Like, we need to bring bullying back a little.
Yes.
Like, I got bullied a lot in school and I hated it, but we need to bring it back a little bit because it keeps some of the bullshit in check. Like, you have to learn things are not acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to start bullying kids again. Like,
it's not even that they're not acceptable. Now it's so bad that like being the class clown and just disrupting everything you can is like a viable career path. That's the really scary part.
Yeah, that's the.
Like, I wanted to be a content creator for the longest time, like a streamer or YouTuber, and then eventually I realized that if you really want to make it big, not only do you have to be a pretty severe sociopath, which I might be leaning a little towards that, just in the way that I sort of logic and reason things, but you also have to just make yourself the biggest target for everything. You have to dip your toes into every fucking pie, regardless of whether or not you're actually interested.
Well, and
that's not something I would ever wish upon myself.
Right, and like, to be real on that for a second, you're actually actively punished for being a good content creator.
Yes,
like, who takes
100%.
their time and putting in effort. You are ruined. The algorithm likes you to just watch other people's videos and talk shit about them. Spend 5 minutes making a 5-minute video, like literally just doing shit on the fly and putting it up. You're actively punished for actually taking your time and putting in solid effort into things. You'll never see the return that these Aspie Tardmo spazzes get just doing like dumb shit.
Yeah, we call them React Andes.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to like shout out. This is not an endorsement of this Instagram account's content or I don't know anything about it. So I followed this account called Rhodesian Dennis Miller. And, like, yes, because they just post the fucking weirdest shit, and there's like no context to any of it, and it could be like it can lean on any side of any spec. Like when you were talking about being hieroglyphs and stuff earlier, like it could be whatever, and I find myself fascinated by this. Like, even the name of the account is operating on so many potential levels of satire and irony. You have no idea where they stand on anything. Or if they could even stand for anything.
Yeah.
So the jokes span every level of political spectrum and discourse. They inappropriate, appropriate, doesn't matter. Like, that's the kind of shit I follow.
Yeah. It's I'm so brain damaged at this point that it's the only sort of thing that can make me laugh anymore.
I think I'm the same way.
I hopped into
I'm
Discord
so
the other
warped.
day with a different group of friends than what I usually hang out with, and there was a girl in there, and I just started going off on some tangent, and she goes, "Wow, you're so funny," and without even thinking about it, I said, "Thanks, I was a child soldier," and she legitimately went quiet for like 30
That's kinda
seconds.
true.
And I was like, I was kidding. I wasn't actually a child soldier. Oh, she goes, "Oh my god, I was so scared." I'm like, "No, why would I be on Discord?"
But I mean though, like, if not to put your story out there on blast, but you're literally like a war refugee.
Kind
You're
of,
not-
yeah. I
you're-
mean,
you're not-
I was
you're
born
not
in a
far
foxhole
off.
of sorts.
Yeah, you're not actually. You are the closest to a child soldier here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the closest I get now to that stuff is I load cum into my penis like a musket and just blast off. Yeah.
You shoot your wad and then you use a wad to push it back in.
Yeah. I'm recycling bullets until I make
I-
steel more powerful than iron.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh. You said the passphrase. You heard. You just activated the sleeper agent.
What with recycling bullets?
Yeah. It's like a 60-part YouTube documentary on Chris Chan.
Oh Jesus.
Dude,
Oh.
have you seen it?
So I haven't seen it, but everything about the Chris Chan saga fucks me up because I was there.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
were like there when it was happening originally. So when I see how it's really turned out, I'm like, God damn, this is so fucked up.
Like the first, like, this is what the recycling bullets thing, like when he would talk about
recycling his
own
cum.
cum.
I remember him doing that.
Yeah.
Like
I'm pretty terminally online, but I somehow missed that whole saga until
How?
one day I just saw a retweet of Tucker Carlson talking about Chris Chan. And I'm like, oh, that's a funny Photoshop. And then I realized it was a video, and I clicked play, and my jaw hit the ground like Johnny Bravo. Like, I legitimately could not fucking believe Tucker Carlson was talking about Chris Chan on live TV.
I would have assumed you had always known about the legend of Sonichu.
Yeah.
No,
And,
I do. I just didn't hear about him getting arrested and stuff.
Oh,
Like,
that part,
That somehow
okay.
passed by me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
That I thought you meant the whole entire saga. I'm like, you
No, man, come on. A
lived
lorekeeper
online and
like
never
me
saw
missing out
Sonichu?
on that? No.
Yeah. Like, I remember seeing him like fuck a pillow on a live stream that I think he live streamed from a PS3 or something at one point.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is too much.
Yeah.
That guy's crazy. Slick, have you ever seen anything about the Temple OS guy?
Yes.
That guy's legendary. Rest
He's
in
my
peace.
hero.
Yeah.
So he's like a schizophrenic dude who was like making his own operating system. Now, was he making, I don't remember the whole story now. Was he making it because he heard God, or was he making it to honor God? But it was
He
like
was making
this
it because
whole-
he heard God. God told him to make an
Yeah.
operating system. And
God
what's
told him-
fucked up is he
like
actually
some
did
Son
like
of Sam
some really
shit.
incredible low-level programming
Right.
that is like incredibly difficult to do as a one-man job. Like
he essentially
it took
made an
him
operating
years.
system from scratch.
Wow.
It's not obviously the greatest, but it has all these weird features and stuff. But it's a
Yeah, all these
Temple
weird
OS
Bible
is definitely
games
a
where he
wild
plays
ride.
Moses. Yeah.
Fun fact: I'm actually recording this podcast on Temple OS. You probably didn't know that.
The last known user.
Fucking when
fucking Adam Curry was bragging about running his podcast off of Linux the other day. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like I'm running Temple OS. In fact, like when the CIA does eventually come from my devices, how are they going to get in? It's all Temple OS. Like, even my
have to
phone.
hire you back as a contractor to get into your own system.
We need you to crack this Temple OS. I can't. That's the armor of God.
I am Michael the Angel.
Yeah. It's been a while. I wish I was more familiar with the whole story. I just remember it was kind of sad. Obviously, you watch.
It's very sad. It is a legitimate schizophrenic getting absolutely destroyed by 4chan and and just all sorts of like online forums. Like his public phone number was available, so they would just house call him constantly, and he had a house phone in his room, so he would just pick up the phone and have like hour-long conversations with these trolls, and they would just. Oh yeah, it's awful. I could send you like a pretty solid video about it.
I wish he was available for an interview.
He's
what
dead.
I wish. I know.
Yeah.
I know. It doesn't end well.
I have a friend that's a medium. We can get her in here.
Should we ask her to contact the Temple OS guy for us?
That'd be tight.
That would be okay. Let's play off this now. So we have access to a medium. What do you guys want to do with this power?
Well, so before we go any further, I do want to say that she did skimp out on us last week. It is actually again Michelle Obama. A lot of people don't know she is also a professional licensed medium.
She'll never show up then.
Yeah.
I guess I could just break out the Ouija board, but it's not the same.
Oh man.
Michelle Obama, come play with my Ouija board.
Is it just going to be a thing that we end every episode with a Michelle Obama reference?
I don't know.
That's like the Easter egg.
Right, you have
to listen to the whole thing to see what Michelle Obama joke we come up with.
Yeah, it's like episode 465. Like, why does he keep mentioning Michelle Obama?
We should launch some kind of. We should come up with some kind of campaign to like. I don't know. Like, let's launch some kind of psyop to try to get like Tiffany Trump on the show or something. Like just some kind of like. Go ahead.
I want to talk to Barron Trump and see if he's ever going to stop growing, or if he's like Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Does he speak?
I don't think I've ever heard a word come out of his mouth.
I mean,
but he is like 6'8" and he's like 13 years old.
Yeah.
Wasn't he like 4 feet tall at the start of the presidency for Trump?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's legitimately like 6'3" or something. It's so scary.
What if he's like a genetic experiment?
I'm telling you, Donald Trump is the God Emperor of mankind. Barron will be his champion and will fight his sort of be his right hand, and he'll command his legions.
What if Donald Trump is bred Barron Trump to move his consciousness to his body? Because if you look at Barron Trump, we've never heard him speak. He doesn't seem to talk. He seems like a really severely autistic person, right? What if he's just a clone, like a clone experiment of Trump's DNA, and when Trump is eventually going to pass, he has his consciousness transferred into Barron, and that's when he launches his assault.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah,
so
pretty sick.
They just like unplugged him. Like, you remember like Adventure Brothers where they find their clone duplicates and they're like, "What the fuck?" Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Or no?
long time ago, but I vaguely remember.
So maybe they're just like preparing him. You know, it's like, okay, your body's ready enough, it's stable enough. We need to get you like walking. And so yeah, he just has the mind of a child right now.
Right.
And then when Donald Trump dies or whatever, he'll take his brain and plug it into Barron's.
Right, like
body.
It's like Hereditary.
You know, he has all these.
Paimon.
He has like all these weird links to like Russia and, you know, maybe like obscure scientists. He's on like the Epstein flight logs. So like, you know, Trump's got money. Maybe he's been also, you know, he's been throwing some of his stacks around trying to get this like I can live forever shit. So he's talking all this mad shit, right? And like him and Biden are both up there in age. They're probably both about to croak soon. And then when it happens, he's going to transfer his consciousness into Barron's body and then take over. Because he'll have this, like, the only thing is, I don't know how he's going to prove he's actually Trump in Barron's body. Oh, I know how he's going to do it. He's going to have an American flag. Yeah, dude, I'm like that when I'm all over this because I know this is true. This is 100% fact. I've seen it. Now, he's going to come. He's going to show up to a Trump rally the day Trump dies on a white horse with an American flag with the letter Q painted on it. And everybody's going to bow down. Just bow right there instantly. And he's going to use the Trump empire money to outfit them all with armor and weaponry.
That's insane. Could you imagine if Barron Trump was Q?
His name is Barron, dude.
Trump in Barron's body, just like, I made this kid. This is the best kid on the planet.
Yeah.
I had to have this kid.
Yeah,
this had to be my body.
And it's like 1% Trump, and the
Yeah.
rest is all modified genetics.
Yeah.
But it's like whatever. Maybe it has to be like a certain amount of a genetic match for his consciousness to be able to go into it.
So the body doesn't reject it like an organ transplant.
Because that's probably what will happen. Like if you weren't a genetic match, it'll like you won't be able to like adjust to the body, or you won't ever feel right. But this is enough. Barron is enough of a Trump to like take in the consciousness of Donald Trump.
What was that fucking awful Seth Green movie?
All of them?
Well, okay, true. No. Maybe I'm fucking getting a Shazam moment.
Seth Green.
Where he had a...
Wait, Seth Green. I was thinking... Okay, Seth Green is okay. I was thinking Seth Rogen.
Oh, no. The one where he gets like a serial killer's hand.
Oh!
What the fuck was that called?
I don't remember, but I remember the movie.
Yeah.
There's a scene with a microwave in it that I remember.
Yeah, they threw the hand in the microwave.
I've seen this, but I also somehow recognize it.
So like the hand was like from like a serial killer or something, and then it like went crazy and was like trying to kill people, and he had to like cut off his own hand or something.
Right.
I could be way wrong, but
It's something like that.
So there was an episode of Aqua Teen like that too.
So to tie it in, you're saying that if Barron wasn't enough of a Trump, it would reject Trump's spirit and it would just go crazy?
Yeah, I wonder who would win in that. Would it be the consciousness or would it be the physical body?
You know, that's a good question. This is something for Epstein's scientists to figure out. It's too bad.
And Mangala and Dr. Moreau are all over it.
It's too bad that...
Yeah.
You know.
Oh
well. Did my boy dirty there. I did see like these pictures of Epstein and Ghislaine, and then it, like the whole like this could be us, but you're playing kind of stuff.
Is that how you say her name, Ghislaine?
Ghislaine, I don't know.
Ghislaine.
Yeah, no, I've been saying Ghislaine because it's funny, but
I've never said it out loud before. To this day, I've only seen it in print.
Well, she got those yitties though. She's kind of stacked for no reason.
I seen those bikini pics of her. Like,
yeah,
they were in the news. I wasn't searching them out.
Right.
Promise. But yeah, I think I'm sure there is a way to. I never thought of this before today. All this came off of something you said, but I'm now 100% convinced Barron Trump is a cloning experiment.
That could be.
And
I feel like that's too easy, though. Right?
Sometimes you just do it right in front of people's faces. Like, it's the best way.
Symbolism will be their downfall, right, JR?
That's right.
Exactly. Like, you see it there, but you can't prove it. We don't know of anything. Like, as far as we know, there's no such thing as cloning technology, right?
Oh, what's that? Maybe it's CRISPR.
Yeah, he could just be a CRISPR baby. And
yeah.
He could just be a sleeper.
Yeah.
Or he's just been bred to take over.
Right.
For Trump. But I'm going to stick with the consciousness transfer for now, because I think that's where we're going. Even if not, yeah. I wonder if, like, he has to, when he goes home at night, like, he doesn't get to sleep. He has to, like, have his eyes taped open, and he has to watch the Apprentice, like, to learn all of Donald Trump's mannerisms.
Yeah.
Just
like Alex in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, they feed him these like hyper processor pills that make his brain work at like 1,000 times the normal rate when he's asleep. and then he just listens to like 4 times speed audiobooks of The Art of the Deal on repeat.
in every language, so like the Mandarin translation of The Art of the Deal.
Yep. That's gonna be tight when they invent a pill that lets you retain and take in information like super hard when you're sleeping. That's gonna be sick.
There is like, I don't know. There's some kind of Russian research chemical these people buy. I don't know if it's not like Pricetam or something, but there's you ever heard of modafinil? I think is what it's called. People buy all kinds of these pseudo smart drugs out of Russia. You can buy them online with a credit card.
Yeah, what's the other?
There's a whole bunch. Some of them just have chemical names, like
Yeah.
M4193, like patent names or something like that. And people buy all this shit and take them, and supposedly they all work. But man, I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of these people right now, these biohackers, are gonna have cancer in about 5 years because they're just they just take whatever. There's one article where they're like, oh, they use this and people were 0.1% better at reading. They're like, okay, and they megadose the fuck out of this powder they buy from Russia, which probably comes from China.
I had a friend that used to drink a lot of those Bang energy drinks. And
same thing.
He didn't like he knew that there was creatine in them, but he never knew what creatine was. And eventually I told him, I'm like, hey, you know that shit like just stays in your body if you don't sweat it out, right? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, your gut will become like a power lifter but without the muscle. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll stop drinking those. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's probably a good call. Like, you can have like 1 or 2 a week. That's not a big deal. But he used to have like 1 or 2 a day. And I'm like, yeah, you can't be doing that. That's a lot of fucking creatine.
I have like it's kind of funny because I remember back in the day we used to go to GNC to buy Redline, and you had to get carded. And it was like the most extreme thing you could get. And it was like, I don't know, it was probably 150, 200 milligrams of caffeine or something. And maybe it was a little more. But we're in like the era now where Bang has 300 milligrams of caffeine in a can. And there are people drinking multiples of those in a day.
Yep.
I blame
espressos for this. I think people got so fucking hooked on like, oh, I'll take 4 espresso shots. Like, they drink 1 espresso in the morning in Italy, and they're fucking jacked for the rest of the day. And you're getting sugar ice cream, fucking like sugar water, and 4 espresso shots in it. Like, you understand what you're doing to yourself? Like, that's awful. I try to stay away from. The only drug that I am okay with just coursing through my body 24/7 is nicotine.
I like caffeine. I could tell a kind of weird story. So, I was kind of holding off on telling like a lot of personal stuff until I would do like more of a longer form podcast about my weight loss. But just to do a synopsis, I used to be over 300 pounds, and I lost 150 pounds.
Tragedy.
I know. It's too much weight, right? But anyway, after I lost weight,
to cut you off for a second, I'm so sorry. I have to say this. I have talked to a lot of people that have lost a tremendous amount of weight, and you are the one exception. And I mean this genuinely, and I'm so happy for it. Every single other person that I've ever talked to that has lost a ton of weight has become not only less funny, but also a huge dick. Like, they just become unbearable to talk to. You're still close enough to the call of the void taking you over the edge that you can still relate, and that's really the only thing keeping us like as friends.
So I could really get deep on this, but we're also already at the 2-hour mark. So like, I don't know how deep you want me to go. But there is something to that. Your entire life changes. So I literally, the same people, I mean, I would walk down the street. Like I remember very vividly, like I was walking down the street, just going for a walk once when I was really fat. And I also had a really long, big beard. And I did look a little like, I guess, bikerish or whatever for people. But like, women would cross the road from me, like to get away from me when I was coming down the street. And then I'd lose weight and I live in the same neighborhood. I'd see the same people and they wouldn't cross the road. I literally watch people treat me like, go from treating me like shit to not treating me like shit, or treating me like a threat to not a threat. I've always been able to maintain kind of that outsider perspective, like that, who I wanted to always make sure I was who I was. And that part didn't change, because it's really easy to like fall into this egotistical, like, look what I did. I'm the fucking greatest. I'm the, and I always was more, I would say I was even more damaged. Like, I would all of a sudden start having success with women, and all I would think about in my head is, you don't actually love me, because you don't know that I wasn't like this a few years ago. It took me a long time to even accept myself like that, like losing weight. So that is a story I could get into. I was kind of holding on to it for, not like for any specific time, but just if I ever had to burn like a whole hour myself, I could talk about that for days. So
yeah.
But
I'm scared to lose weight, because if I drop below 200 pounds, I'll become the strongest, most charismatic person on the planet, and I don't know if people are ready for that yet.
Yeah, you just gotta keep. It's called hiding your power level, dude. You just gotta keep that hidden until it comes time.
Level. I'm 5'7", soaking wet, by the way, for anyone out there listening.
So to go back, so like I lost all the weight, and supplement companies would send me free shit all the time.
So crazy.
They would send me boxes of shit, trying to get me to like, because I like put my success story on a couple places. I had a really shitty YouTube video that I don't want up anymore, but I can't, because my form wasn't good at exercise, but I advertised it on like MyFitnessPal and stuff like that, and I would get like hundreds of messages a day, like asking for help or how to do, like, but so I would get free shit and I would take it, but I would never advertise it. I had a very strict, I didn't use anything to lose weight. I even went cold off caffeine, no sugar. I didn't drink diet soda for even like almost 2 years. I mean, I was like eggs and rice and wheat toast and chicken breasts and fish for like 2 years. And so I refused to advertise supplements, but I would take them sometimes pre-workout just to mess with them after I had lost all the weight. So, because I had reintroduced caffeine and everything. So I'm taking, when they send you like samples of pre-workout in pill form, they come in a non-resealable bag where you tear the top and you toss them down. And usually they send you one serving. So if there's 2 pills in there, it's 1 serving. That's how it almost always is. So there's one company I won't name, but they would send me the samples. I had multiple times, and it was a 2-pill sample, and it was like, you know, like it was a pretty high amount of it was like over 400 milligrams of caffeine or something. But I would sometimes just do it and like work out for like 3 hours on a Saturday or something. One time I ripped it open. I kind of glanced at the packaging just to make sure it was okay, and I took it, and I took both pills. 1 serving was 1 pill. Gotcha. I hit almost a gram of caffeine in 1 dose. Jesus. I felt fucking horrible. I mean, like I was
Futurama, where he's so fast, he's just
so I was freezing. My entire body went cold and clammy, and I was just cold sweating, like pouring sweat. But I was freezing, and I had goosebumps, and my teeth were just chattering. And I ran outside and tried to make myself vomit, but it was, I mean, by the time you're feeling that, it's already in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
So I'm like putting fingers down my throat, trying to vomit, and I'm not able to vomit anything. And it wouldn't have helped, but I kept trying, and I popped blood vessels in my face.
Oh, God.
And I didn't know what to do, and I really didn't want to go to the hospital. So I grabbed a jug of water. I drank a gallon of water, and I ate half a loaf of bread. Because I was like, well, fuck it, just put something in my stomach to try to, if it's not fully digested, I want to get shit in there now to slow it down.
Yeah.
And then the other advice I got, like quickly searching, was just water to keep flushing things out. Didn't really help, but I tried. And I just remember, like, I laid down in bed, my heart is pounding, and I'm freezing, and I'm sort of like, holy shit, I'm going to fucking die. I was wired all day. And then I crashed super hard. Once eventually I came down, I just laid there in bed. I didn't even work out. I didn't want to do anything to raise my heart rate any higher. Yeah. So I just was like, I'm just going to lay in bed. So I just laid there. And, I mean, I was just like in pain, cramping, miserable. Off almost a gram. Like, it was getting pretty close to a gram of caffeine. I don't know. you know, people die at all kinds of different doses depending on their health and whatever. But I don't know I'm sure a lethal dose is a little higher, but I was also in really good shape at the time. Like I finished
Probably
losing
what
weight.
saved
My
you,
cardio was,
yeah.
yeah, I was in really good shape. So that was probably the best shape I've ever been in and I ever will be in my life, because I was also healthy, like genuinely healthy with how I ate,
Yeah.
how I did everything.
I know you said you didn't want to mention the company's name, but I feel obligated to warn people. The CIA did this. When they tried to kill
Very,
Led Slick.
very well could have tampered with it. I had those thoughts. It's my fault for accepting anonymous drugs.
It was just CIA stands for creatine, ivermectin,
Yeah.
and aspirin. That's all
That's
it
my
was.
favorite weight loss supplement. Yeah. So I fuck, I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, yeah, like, I survived. Obviously, I'm here. But when I see like bang and shit, and people doing like, you know, drinking like 2 of those, that's 600 milligrams. If you go up any higher, you drink a coffee, anything, you're getting close to in a day what I almost OD'd on.
Yeah.
And so like I'm like, holy shit, what is wrong with you people? If you're like, and I have a caffeine problem. Every couple weeks I have to cut it out completely, because like right now I'm on like a Monster in the morning. I just drink a Red Bull now during the pod. You know, like I have a problem. I had a coffee also.
Yeah.
So I'm part of the problem.
I regulate
but
my shit pretty well, and the most I'll like if I'm just at home working and I'm not doing anything, I won't do any caffeine. So I have a very low
That's
tolerance. So if I ever do need to stay up, or I have a horrible sleep schedule, and
Right.
I think it's just discipline. I don't think it's anything actually wrong with me, but I'll do this thing where, and I've done this for like the last 5 years, and I'll do this thing where I will sleep like 3 to 5 hours a night, and then on the weekend for one day I'll sleep like 16 hours.
You know,
And
I know a lot of
I
people
feel,
like that.
yeah, it's pretty common. I mean, I was not kidding earlier when I said I'm terminally online. I have this thing where like I feel like I have never fulfilled enough in my day, so I just refuse to go to sleep until I've accomplished at least one thing that I wanted to do. That's whether it's a personal thing, a work thing, you know, like it
I have
just
that
doesn't
same
matter.
thing too. It's almost like an anxiety about sleeping because there's shit you could be doing. Or you
Let's
didn't
call it
do.
what it is. It's a grind set mentality. Okay.
Well, yeah,
like I'm just out
Sigma
here
male
on my
grind
hustle.
set. We're
Yeah, Sigma male grind
male
set. I
set
wake up in the
mentality.
morning. I have a cold shower. I sprint 40 miles to work. Get fired for sexual harassment. Sprint 40 miles back. Edge for 6 hours. Go to bed. Do it again the next day.
Go to bed at 9:59.
No, but I mean,
back on the grind by
so,
10.
But even despite all that, the worst I've ever felt, since we're on the topic of like safety with drugs, the worst I've ever felt, I quit smoking cigarettes. Well, I still smoke a cigarette every now and then, but mostly I'm on this vape shit now. And I quit smoking cigarettes around the same the same time I started at DFC, for the pure reason that they let you vape indoors. Like they had offices for every person, so you could just vape in your office. The boss didn't care. I started on Saltnik, which is like Juul pods and stuff. Here's the
I thought
thing.
that was
I
for
didn't know this at the
horses.
time.
Salt lick, I guess.
No, yeah. Salt nicotine. It's nicotine that's been diluted with salt. But here's the thing. That nicotine that's in that little liquid, like one Juul pod is equal to about 10 cigarettes.
Well,
I was
tight.
I was going through like 3 Juul pods a day. So I was smoking, as far as nicotine is concerned, I was smoking about 3 packs a day. It's not good. It is very, very not good. I remember the first time I did that, I think I smoked like 2 Juul pods in a span of like 6 hours or something. I was driving home with a friend in the passenger seat, and we had to pull over because I felt like I was gonna die. I legit, like, my heart wouldn't stop pumping. I was sweating. I felt super hot, clammy.
Yeah, it's a stimulant.
Like, and I told him, I'm like, you have to drive. I can't drive. And I just sat in the back seat, not even the passenger seat, because I was scared I was going to throw up. So I sat in the back seat staring into like an old bag of KFC, ready to puke at any moment. And I never did. And I really wish I would have, because like I just felt so awful. For the rest of that night, I was just feeling terrible. So as soon as that happened, I tried to cut down. But like, you're in the office, you're on a call, you just find yourself hitting this shit nonstop. So my advice to anyone out there that is also a casual nicotine enjoyer is switch to the sub-ohm shit, the ones that look like robot penises. That's way less strong, and you can smoke it like nonstop if you do the 3. Like this, I could smoke like 2 full tanks of this shit, and it would still be less than a pack of cigarettes. as far as nicotine is concerned, and you dodge all the carcinogens and all the other shit, which is nice.
It does play kind of into the same thing as like Bang energy drinks, though. So yeah, you're healthier in a way that you're not smoking a cigarette, but all that nicotine can't be good for you, and it's way more than you would have got smoking.
Yeah, but I'm of the opinion that nicotine is the god particle, so I will eventually ascend to a further plane.
Like I said before, I know there are guys who use it like pre-workout and shit. I've never done it, but that would be probably a fun thing to try.
I genuinely, and this is so I'm so fucking stupid, folks. So please don't take anything I say as serious. But I do genuinely think it helps my mental faculties. I notice if I don't, because I tried quitting. I didn't smoke a cigarette or have any nicotine for like 3 or 4 months a while ago, and this is like a year or two ago, and I felt so much slower. Like everything felt like it was in slow motion. And I could not speak like this. Like I could not be witty or like fast paced or like I would talk to someone for like 15 minutes and I felt like I had to take a nap.
I think it's like
I don't know. Like I'm also extremely unhealthy just as a general thing, so that's obviously part of it. But this is a good offset.
Common knowledge that like Stephen King would like chain smoke while he was writing books, and then like would just like quit as soon as he.
Pall Malls a day for like 30 years. He's
a
hero.
Yeah, he would, and he's like I know like comedians talk about that like before they go on stage. Like I don't smoke, but I'll smoke a cigarette before I go on stage because it just the nicotine is.
It's definitely a powerful stimulant.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming I don't know from experience, but I'm assuming it's a lot like caffeine where you have a tolerance. And I'm wondering if you quit for a while, you'd get some of your faculties back without it, and then you use it sparingly when you need a boost. But I also don't know how nicotine functions because I know caffeine does that for me. Like if I quit, I feel like shit for like 2 weeks, and then after that I'm okay. And then when I have caffeine, it's like I get a super boost from even a cup of coffee. But then the tolerance kicks right back in, and then I'm up to like 3 fucking energy drinks and a coffee a day. And
yeah, I think the main thing, I don't like the feeling that caffeine gives you. Caffeine makes me feel like I'm jittery and like I need to get up and do stuff, which I should be doing, like I said. But this is more like I just feel more focused. Like I'm pretty sure I'm using nicotine to self-medicate my undiagnosed ADHD.
Probably.
Which is pretty badass.
Probably. It is.
Yeah. I feel like Iron Man in the cave.
I had I never had a problem with caffeine. As long as I wasn't taking a gram in one shot, I could have as much as I wanted, and I never had a problem. And now that I'm just a little bit older, I'm in my starting my third decade here. I get like anxiety and heartburn and all kinds of shit when I have just even like a caffeine pill. I can't handle it like I used to. There is an age component to drug metabolism.
Oh, that's definitely. If there's not a pill that fixes and reverses everything I've done to my body in the next 10 years, you guys will be down a co-member for sure.
If you want to get into like the only drug I condone, my favorite party drug is Cialis. So that's real shit.
You know what's really fun?
Oh, what's that?
Fentanyl and Narcan.
I'm sure it is.
You hit one, and then you hit the other right after. It's fucking great.
So I like to. I started mixing. I really started mixing Cialis in my pre-workouts, and
no shot you fucking did that.
Yeah, and people are like, "Dude, your veins are so sick." I'm like, "I know, right?" Like, you get a massive. You get a whole.
You should see under the hood, bro.
Yeah, it's like a total body erection. It's fucking incredible. I fucking love Cialis. And then also you can have as much fun as you want for like you don't even have to put any effort into it. So it's like, I think it's the greatest drug ever invented. I don't know if there's even any downside besides the headache and stuffy nose if you take too much.
I'm pretty sure that was invented like on accident, right? Like Viagra and Cialis and stuff.
Yeah, they were
something else.
Blood pressure. Yeah, so that's right. The other side effect is like it's supposed to lower your blood pressure a little bit, so it's also healthy for you.
It technically worked. It just redirected that blood pressure.
Right. It just puts the pressure where I need it, and then
and I stuff that pressure where I want it to go.
I put that pressure in. So I heard like if you go to like Cambodia, I heard this while I was over there. I can't remember the name of the drink, but in a lot of bars you order this drink, and it's like fucking whiskey, Red Bull, and Viagra and Cialis all mixed together. It's the fucking craziest shit. And I'm like,
a little bit of rhino horn in there,
right,
for good
like,
measure, like garnish
they
it.
probably like sprinkle a little ivory in it. That I'm down for that shit. I don't think there's a greater, for me, like I know people like their psychedelics, their ecstasy and all that, but like for me, I just like fucking. So just give me the Cialis. I have good cardio, so like I don't need cocaine. Like I can run. I don't need that shit.
I was gonna do a pre-podcast dose of psilocybin today, but I was like, I better not this time. But maybe next week.
Next time,
yeah, maybe next week I'll do a little dose.
A micro dose or a bit, or like a full hit?
I don't know. Well, I've got some dried stuff. I've got these ones. They're chocolate bars called Wonder Bars, and the packaging looks like Alice in Wonderland. Dope. And then I got these other ones I haven't tried yet. It's supposed to be like next level, and they're called Elon Musk bars. And they're supposed to be fucking bangers.
So I've always,
but I don't know. I'll probably just maybe a microdose. We'll see how it goes.
I actually. So again, I don't want to get into like too much of a personal stories because it takes too much time. But I've also been diagnosed with cancer, and there's a study of like I'm okay right now, but it is kind of fucked up when you think about it. Like every now and then I'm like, damn, this sucks. And there was a big study where they gave terminal cancer patients psilocybin, and most of them really like they gave cancer patients Cialis, and they went out fucking like rabbits and or jerking off until they passed. It was a fucking incredible. But no, they gave them these doses of psilocybin, and apparently the experiences they had made them, I think it was almost all of them, became very comfortable with the prospect of death. And
interesting.
And it calmed them. So I've actually been really thinking about it. It's not something I've ever done before, and I think I benefit from never having done it. I don't know well, but I think people who do psychedelics too young without direction don't really get anything out of it because they don't have the life experience. But I feel like if I did it, it would take a lot of my edge off. Maybe. I don't know, maybe not.
Everybody's different.
Right.
I mean, I've had my fair share of psychedelics, and I did them really young as like party drugs, but now it's like,
I think, I don't want to say you were more aware than other people, but I think you were though too. We were.
Oh yeah, that's kind of true too.
I mean, even back then, I was always like, we made music together, and I was always on some schizo shit anyway. So we were always around. Like there was no way you walked past me and I wasn't watching like Loose Change or fucking listening to Hour of the Time with William Cooper. So like.
Coast to Coast.
Yeah, Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah.
I used to work with a guy before we got robbed who, and I quit after that, but like, who would listen to Coast all night at the gas station. And that was so fucking trippy. I love that. Like, we're working and all we're hearing about is ghosts and the Illuminati and shit. Yeah. It's like, this is the fucking dopest thing I've ever heard. Caller just comes in like, I saw the triangular UFO again, and I think they're gonna come get us next time. And like the guy, and like, what's his name? Art Bell.
Art Bell.
Art Bell is just like totally, like completely like with them the whole time, and like, so where did you see the triangular crab?
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, fucking Art Bell rules.
Yeah, I've never experimented with any fungi related stuff, and the bit that I go along with is I don't like mushrooms on pizza, so I don't think I'd like a psychedelic mushroom. That's the whole bit. It's not very funny. It's just like a good excuse to deny psychedelics. But like I had a really weird upbringing. I was raised in a very like helicopter parent style household where household, I should say, where I was not allowed to like do anything besides like play outside and like within like viewing distance of my house, and then like stay inside after like 7 p.m. type shit. And that was up until I was like 15. And then as soon as I turned 15, I probably made up for lost time in like 6 months worth of like experimenting with alcohol, drugs, sex, like all like I legitimately, and this is a weird story to tell, but I lost my virginity before I ever jerked off. And that was strange.
I mean, it makes sense though. I mean, it's possible, you know, you were a good kid and then you weren't. So it happened. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think first time I jerked off was an accident, so I didn't even mean to do it. So it was fuck,
well, but like part of it was like I was raised by my brothers, and they're both about 10 plus years older than me, and they're the ones that like introduced me to like culture and stuff. So I'm like 11, listening to like Nas and Biggie and Tupac in school, and everyone's like, "What are you listening to?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is All Eyes on Me. You haven't heard of this album? It's the greatest thing on the planet." And they're like, "No, I'm listening to like Green Day." And I'm like, "Oh, so you're a fucking like a word I can't say on a podcast."
You can say whatever you
and
want.
I would get in trouble, and my parents would be like, "Where is he getting this?" And my brothers are just laughing in the background. But I mean, I saw like I was like 7 when like my one brother showed me Mandingo tearing apart Tia Tanaka. Like my brain is not even able to comprehend what I'm looking at, but I'm laughing because they're laughing, and I'm like, yeah, that's super funny.
I'm pretty sure this is what happened to the Night Stalker.
For the first time, I'm like, oh, I get it.
You just start laughing at it and pointing.
Yeah, I remember.
That's a funny joke.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Now watch this drive.
Fuck. Well,
I think I have to call it there, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think so too. Ran a little bit longer because we were waiting for confirmation if our guest Michelle Obama was going to show up or not to talk about female prostates.
Yeah,
but it didn't happen.
And also, now that I've outed her as a medium,
we'll try that next
week. She'll be a little more. I think she'll feel a responsibility to come on and explain herself, and if she doesn't, I'll reveal more secrets about her next week.
That sounds good.
He legit thought he was like gone for sure. Like he was the first night wasn't too bad, but he said he woke up in the middle of the second night, like he went to sleep not feeling great the second night, like he slept like 16 hours a day. But he went to sleep the second day, and he woke up because he couldn't breathe. Like he just wasn't able to breathe, and
that shit sucks.
like he would just like inhaling as much as he could for like air, like gasping for air, and he just couldn't get any fucking air in. And he said it was like that for like an hour, and it wasn't like a panic attack type thing. He was like otherwise pretty calm. Obviously, you know, kind of stressed out about not being able to breathe, but he legit felt like lightheaded because he wasn't getting oxygen. So I don't know what the fuck that shit does to a body, but I don't know. Like I might have had it. I think I've told this story already, but I might have had it way the fuck back when, like before it was even public, in the U.S. Like Christmas, January, like right around Christmas to New Year's 2020, or no 2019. I think I got it because I came down here to visit, and then I went back to Cleveland, and I was laid up in bed for like 5 days. I legit couldn't do anything. I was just waking up, sucking down Gatorade, pissing, diarrhea shits. But I didn't feel like, you know, like life-threatened. I just felt really sick. And I don't have any lasting effects as far as I can tell. I still smell everything, taste everything, et cetera, but...
You probably did have it. There's a good chance.
Yeah, I don't know. But
I didn't have any, like, well, I'm still sick with it, but I think this is my second time. Oh, fuck. That's going to be like that all night.
It's all good. I'll stop with my fucking knife too.
So this time, like, I had my fever was like 102 for like 3 days, which is fucking horrific. Because I can't tell what's real and what's fake. So have you ever seen the Drew Carey show?
Yeah, I've seen like skits and clips and stuff. I've never seen like a full episode.
Okay, So you know Mimi from the Drew Carey show? It's the
Yeah.
big fat chick with the blue eyeshadow.
Yeah.
I had like a fever dream in the middle of the day that Mimi from the Drew Carey show was laughing at me and then morphing into Violator from Spawn, who's like the big fat clown with the
what the fuck?
Yeah.
The John Leguizamo character.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, this is the worst way to die, because if I die with Mimi from the Drew Carey show laughing at me.
That's two so polar opposite yet equally obscure pop culture icons. Holy shit!
Yeah,
that is
that was
crazy.
The fucking
what
worst.
The fuck?
And
yeah, you can't.
My
make
whole
that shit
body.
Up.
No, dude, that was legit. I was like fucking like, oh my god, if I die, this is the last thing I saw was Mimi's face laughing at me. I hate this. And,
holy shit!
My whole body ached. Like that was the shittiest thing. But yeah, I tested again today. It's been like a week and I'm still positive. My test came back positive faster than like when I was really sick. So like I don't know, I'm still fucked, so just
That's
fucking
crazy.
Chilling.
Yeah. That sucks, but at least you're on like hopefully out of the woods on the clear side of things.
Yeah, and well, you know, because I had cancer, so I was on like the first wave for the vaccine and everything. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that made it like lessened or if it didn't help at all, because I've gotten it I think twice now, even though I'm vaccinated. So whatever.
Right. I meant to ask, how did the vaccines affect you? Like, did you get sick from those at all?
The first one, I didn't notice anything. And then it was I got Pfizer, so it was 2 shots. And then the second one hurt really fucking bad. My arm was like physically, I couldn't move my arm for like days. And then I had like this weird fog in my head. Like I was just zoning out. I was like, I don't feel right. But I didn't have any crazy side effects, I guess. But like, yeah, I could feel a mental fog. That's the only way I could describe it.
Yeah. When I got the first, because I also got Pfizer. When I got the first shot, it was just like a prick in my arm for like a couple of days, like you said. Like that's really all I felt. And then I got the second dose, and I woke up. This was last year, right around like summer, like around this time last year. I want to say I was going to the gym, which I don't go to anymore. This is not related at all, but I just want to make it clear I don't go to the gym anymore. But I was going to the gym like a lot, like 3 or 4 times a week, and I would wake up before work and I would go. And I woke up in the morning because I had to go get my shot, and I also had a fucking session with my trainer scheduled like right after. And I was already thinking to myself, I'm like, man, maybe I should call it off or whatever. But I was like, the first one didn't really fuck me up too bad. So I go get the second shot. I wait the 15 minutes or whatever that they make you wait for any side effects. I feel fine. I go to the gym, and as I'm pulling up, I start feeling like really hungry, which like I don't usually eat breakfast, but even that morning, like I know you're not supposed to take. Well, I don't know if that's how it is for any sort of vaccines or shots, but I know you're not supposed to eat before any medical procedures or whatever. So I didn't eat anything, but I ate like a good dinner the night before. I'm like, damn, I'm hungry as fuck. So I pull into the gym. I walk in there, and my trainer's still busy. He'll be done in like 10, 15 minutes. In the meantime, I go downstairs, and they have like a snack bar at the gym, and I get like a protein bar. And I've had this like bar before. It's like it's one of those like those Cliff bars, and
Okay.
I just fucking eat that. I chill. I like do a couple laps around the track that they have to warm up. And he walks up to me. He's like, "All right, you ready to get started?" I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm feeling like okay, still like hungry, but I'm feeling all right. And we start working out, and I'm doing squats. I'm doing fucking crunches. He has me doing weird yoga shit. And halfway through, I start feeling really hungry. And also, like, I've never felt this before. It was so strange. Like, I was, like, ravenous, but also, like, super fucking nauseous at the same time. And I had to stop in the middle of my workout. I'm like, hey, I need to go use the restroom. I got my second dose of the vaccine this morning. I felt all right coming in, but I don't know what's going on. He goes, okay, yeah, no problem. I go to the bathroom and I just like wash my face and I sit for like a couple seconds. And immediately, like, I just start throwing up like crazy. Like, I haven't thrown up that hard since I got like really sick the last time. And it was so weird because as soon as I finished, I immediately felt this like wave of like exhaustion roll over me. Like I was fucking dead. And I walked back outside and he goes, "Oh, dude." He's like, "You need to go home." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know what fucking happened. That was weird." And I'm like laughing it off, but I'm so tired that I'm like barely able to like lift my arms to fucking put the equipment back. And he's like, "I'll get it, dude. No worries." He's like, I won't even charge you for today. Let's just do it again, as soon as you're feeling all right." I'm like, "All right, cool." And I'm sure I scared him thinking, fucking it was COVID. But I got tested and I was fine. But I went back home, and for the next 2 days, this was in the middle of the week, I had to call off work. The next 2 days, I was a zombie, dude. I would wake up, I would eat like a little bit of soup, I would drink tons of Gatorade and water, and I would just sleep for like 16 hours, 17 hours, like absurd amounts. And that was from the second shot. And I know that people have said that there's some correlation with like if you've had it before and then you get vaccinated for it, it like fucks you up worse. So I think maybe that could also point to me having it way back, but I don't know.
That makes sense.
It destroyed me. Like I didn't feel like I felt like not good. Like it wasn't regular like sick where you're just like tired and kind of nauseous. I felt legit like lifeless at some point. Like I was fucking like you kind of said, like having weird dreams constantly, just waking up and kind of drifting through the house, like. But then after 2 or 3 days, it cleared up and I felt totally fine. So, I don't know. Very weird.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what this shit really does to your body because, like...
Nobody does.
This doesn't really feel any different than any flu that I've ever had. I caught swine flu in 2009. And I remember that made me puke. Like, I puked like crazy for like 3 days, 4 days, just vomiting. So like this is not, I don't want to say it's nothing. I'm pretty fucked up. You can still hear it, but like it's just like any other flu I've ever had. Like I don't feel any.
I don't know.
But yeah, I don't know.
We'll find out in 15 years that this was fucking created by the CIA and like accidentally went wrong in a Black Ops mission, and it'll be a mission in a Call of Duty campaign when my nieces are burying me, so it's whatever.
My heart explodes in 6 months or whatever, like out of the blue.
I don't know, dude. The state of the world right now is so fucked up. I was like, well, not talking about it. I've like been going back and forth with my brother about it because he's legit, like, you can fucking tell he's a bit of a prepper, so dude has a ton of guns, a ton of fucking, like, he has gold not laying around, but he has gold in his safe, he has silver, he has all this shit. And he was saying, like, legit, like, planning on like having like a straight up evacuation plan. Because we recently all got naturalized. We're all citizens now. Except for him, which is not a big deal. But he was saying he had this idea of like finding a place to like stay if things went south here. I'm in Iowa. It's a pretty like, and I'm white, so I have a great chance if things swing the way that they're looking. But even then, like it's hard to fit in with the type of people that are causing this kind of ruckus if you're not really one of them. They can kind of look through the bullshit. So I was telling him, and I can't believe I found it. I don't know if I've told this before, but you'll have to stop me if I have. Back in like 2013 or 14, no, before that, 2010 or 2011, I must have been like, 12 or 13 years old. I was playing video games with this dude from Canada. And I think I've talked about him before. He used to buy me a ton of shit. Like he was like my sugar daddy. He was crazy. But one thing that I bought that I completely forgot until I found it and I printed it out. It's so crazy. Fuck, I'll have to find the website.
It's not pictures of his feet or something, is it?
Nope, I just found it. Here it is. I'll post a picture. Okay. So, oh man, this is so tight. I'll post it in the discussion thing. So that is all right. Yeah, so I'll tell the story. So when I was like 12 or 13, I remember what it was now. I remember. I legit remember. Okay, so it was because of the fucking Mayan shit. The December 21st, 2012, right?
Oh, okay.
Because of that, this dude up in Canada, who's always been a bit of a conspiracy nut, he was really freaking out about it. Not like to like an illogical extent, but he was kind of doing the same thing my brother is now, which I think is understandable, at least slightly more. So he was looking at like he already had like, you know, he had guns, he had food and all this other stuff, but he wanted somewhere to stay in case things got really, really bad. So he bought tickets. He bought one for me too. And he's like, if you ever need anything, just come up here. He bought 2 tickets. They were $150 a pop to this place called the Arc 2 Fallout Shelter, which is, first off, banger name. Super banger name. And I'm going to try to describe this as best I can. So this is a private safeguard against like any sort of global disasters. It's outside of Toronto, like somewhere in the outskirts, and it's an underground bunker that consists of dozens of hollowed out school buses, which have been like arranged in this this sort of like structure to make like a compound, basically. And it's run by this mom and pop, basically, that are also like crazy doomsday preppers. But now it's like kind of a tourist thing, from what I understand. I haven't you know, like done any reading on it recently, but back then, like, I read up on it, and he read up on it too, and he's like, yeah, this place is legit. They can accommodate like, you know, 500 people or whatever. It covers, you know, water, food, blah blah blah. The shelter is good for nuclear waste up to 50 years or some shit like that. And he was telling me all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. And he's like, all right, I bought you a ticket. I'm like, well, you didn't have to do that. First off, it's in Canada. I can't. I'm 13. I don't know if I could make it to Canada. But it was, you know, I mean, it was still nice of him to think about it. But I brought it up to my brother, and we looked it up, and he goes, dude, those Canadians have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm like, man, come on, at least they're trying. But like it does look kind of rinky dink if you look at all the pictures of like the insides, because I'll post a couple more. It really is just a bunch of hollowed out school buses that have been turned into like military style barracks. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, imagine a bunch of Twinkies in 2 horizontal rows. That's what it looks like from the sky, but it's buried in the ground. That's pretty much what this looks like.
Yeah,
this is a very low effort bomb shelter.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. Like, it technically does classify as a bomb shelter, I guess, but boy, oh boy, did you guys.
They buried it, and it looks like they might have reinforced it a little bit, like, so it doesn't collapse. But yeah, I don't know that I would. You know what? If it comes to that, I'd rather just die.
Yeah,
I'd probably rather just die.
It's like one of those. Wait, Mom, can we have Fort Knox? No, we have Fort Knox at home, and it's this.
Is your ticket still valid?
Yeah, it is. It's valid up to 30 years, apparently.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'll have to find it somewhere. I printed it out. I have no idea where my brother put it, but I was like, yeah, check this out.
That's kind of tight, though, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should go up there and like visit. Dude, it's so funny. I have so many things I want to do now that I'm a proud citizen of the United States.
I just got my new passport, so fucking holla, and then I'm ready. Go anywhere.
Well, me and my other brother, and I've told you about this already, but we're like actively planning it now. We're looking to go to Japan.
Dude, I want to go.
Nihongo, Japan, next year, in the fall, because they're opening back up, and hopefully the COVID shit starts to calm down by that time. because cases are still going up. It's not on the news anymore, but that doesn't mean people aren't fucking dying, or not dying, I guess, but people are still getting massively afflicted. But yeah, we're planning on going sometime next year in the fall, hopefully, if we can get. I was doing reading on this. Maybe like you'd know better than I do. I know you need like a passport, obviously, but then you also need like a visa of some kind to enter the country.
So,
and I know they hand out like tourist visas or something like that that are like 14 days or something.
By virtue of having an American passport, you will be able to go there, I think, for 2 weeks, no problem.
Okay, maybe that's what it was then. Okay.
It might even be longer. It might be 30 days. I don't remember exactly. Japan used to have some pretty strict requirements, like even for tourist shit. But now it's not so bad. I think if you wanted any kind of like work visa or professional visa, they require like a bachelor's degree, and they have like weird requirements that other places don't have. Like, but tourist, as long as you're an American, you can just show up.
Yeah.
There's a huge list of countries that you can just go, but like when I went to Thailand, and I didn't. Everyone's like, yeah, you need a visa, and I couldn't find like the actual rules for getting the visa, so I show up to the fucking airport there, and I'm in line with like all these Russians, and there's this form, and it's not even really in English. It's in like Thai, Russian, and some other fucking I don't know what it is, like Sanskrit or something, like a fucking Hindu, and I'm like filling it out, and I'm getting in line, and they're like the like this Thai lady looks at me, and she's like, American? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, no, you here. And I just go through a different line where they just gave me a visa. So
that's awesome.
So yeah, like once you have that passport, dude, you're pretty gold in a lot of places.
Thailand, from what I've heard, is crazy because I don't know if it's still like this, but their exchange rates used to be like absurd, right? Like $150 in like USD is equivalent to like a year's fucking worth of wages over there or something.
Yeah,
like some absurd amount.
Not as good as it used to be, but it is still really good.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how to put a, like, off the top of my head, bullshitting, putting a hard number. If you had $1,000 a month, you'd live well.
Yeah.
You'd live well.
Yeah, that's what I heard. My brother and I, back in the day, it was way back, 2007, 2008, we used to play this this MMO. You might have heard of it or played it. It's called City of Heroes. It's fucking super dope.
Yep.
Yeah. And I was like too young to really know what was going on. I was like 8 or 9 probably at the time playing, but he was like actually like raiding and like doing world bosses and stuff. But anyway, he met this guy who was like the tank for their group. And like they would just chat back and forth about the game, but eventually they got like a little bit closer, and he learned that the dude was like maybe 5 or 6 years older than him. And he had moved. He saved up like 50 grand, basically. This is back in like 2007, so this is like pre-recession. He saved up like 50 grand, and he moved to Thailand like full time, permanently. And he bought a house there, and apparently he rents out properties there, or he used to. I don't know if he does anymore, which seems kind of weird to me, but it's what the Chinese do here, so who cares?
Right.
And yeah, he was telling my brother, he's like, it's pretty much the best thing ever. Like, the food's amazing. You can get anything you want, literally, like anything you want. And it costs a fraction, like a tenth of what it would back home. And he's like, the people are nice. If you're, kind and you're, not too noisy, they're all right with you. And he even said, he's like, there's bad parts of town, obviously, like there's bad places you can visit, but really even those, like, compared to back home, places like in fucking New York, certain places, or in like LA, certain places you'd go, it's less dangerous because they don't have fucking guns around every corner. Like, the worst you'll hit is like fucking mugged, maybe.
So Thailand is one of the Asian countries you have to watch out a little more in, because there is guns. They're not there, as far as I know, most private ownership is pretty illegal there, but like you're never gonna really run into a dude packing in China or something like that, because it's like
Right. Yeah.
you get caught fucking around there, it's death sentence and all that. Like you're done.
Yeah.
So like Thailand people maybe don't give as much of a fuck, and there's more organized crime for sure, like public organized crime. A lot of there are Russians that scared the shit out of me while I was there that I wouldn't want to fuck with. But like Thai people, even the like harder edged ones, everyone was super nice. Everyone was super fucking nice there, and I was never ever worried, no matter where I was or what I was doing. So, except for when it was all like Russian dudes with, you know, like fixing Muay Thai fights on a beach, and you know, like where everyone was Russian, like. Yeah, awesome. Like there was a lot of like people trying to get me to go to fights, and they're like you know, like I want to say unsanctioned, but I don't know that they actually sanction shit over there. Like I don't think just like the roof of a bar, two guys are gonna kick the shit out of each other. They're like, "Hey boss, hey boss,
it's like,
come see the fight."
Kumite,
like,
bro.
Yeah, I'm like blood sport. Nah, I'm good.
Like, the fucking intro, fucking Sting starts playing. God, that movie's so badass. And that movie in Kickboxer, holy shit,
dude! I fucking love Bloodsport. Even if, but how wild would it be to be alive pre-internet and like that dude just fucking lied about his story and then sold it as Bloodsport.
Yeah, you're right. You're talking about the guy who sold the rights, right? Holy shit, I forgot about that.
He's like, I go to fucking.
Part of the reason I love it, and I forgot about it.
Yeah, like he. Like back then, like you end up with like Steven Seagal. You can just be like, I went to Asia and I saw death matches and I saw like.
For those that don't know, the popular 1980s action film Bloodsport, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme, the rights to that movie, the script, was sold by a guy, and I don't know like the details by any means. Was sold by a guy who claimed to have gone to, I think it was Thailand and Hong Kong and shit like that, and had like partaken in these nighttime like city life straight up death matches where they would kill each other in the ring, and he sold this to a Hollywood producer and they made a movie about it, and then years later it just turned out to be like a total fabrication. Like the dude was just lying 24/7, which is so awesome. I mean, that's basically the dream, is to just make up something that's like kind of plausible. And then sell it to a corporation for millions, or probably not millions, but you know, like, a chunk of change.
Particularly stuff dealing with the East, like martial arts and mysticism, was so gatekept by people who have actually been there. So if you knew someone who'd been there and they would tell you like fucking people power their cars with spirit energy and throw fireballs, you would just say like you would just have to go like, oh shit. And then, like, they fucking try to teach you how to do it because you didn't have there was nothing else you could do. You had, like, these 50s books on karate. Maybe you saw Bruce Lee in the Green Hornet or something, and then that was it. Like, you...
Like, yeah, dude, I was in Sichuan, and this guy... it was cold outside, so he just breathed fire on his hands to warm him up. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that shit is like, it's still like, I don't know why. Look, okay, I know why on like a base level, because it's cool, right? Like all of the Eastern, like you said, like the mysticism, martial arts, all that stuff. It's very cool because it's like honorable and flashy and it's like graceful, right? But I wonder why specifically. And maybe I'm talking about an ass a little bit here because I bet other countries love it too, but the U.S. particularly has such a fascination with it. That it's just been so romanticized for so long. Like even after it's been kind of like demystified, I guess, or like declassified on how all this stuff actually works, and it's like it's actually pretty fucking boring. I mean, if you want to go be like a Shaolin monk and learn martial arts, like that's part of your day. The other 16 hours is like deep spiritual prayer and mopping the floors, like and like intense physical training to withstand the sort of like fucking discipline that you need to accomplish what you're supposed to do. But yeah, I don't know, just going off on a tangent. Bloodsport's so fucking awesome.
Bloodsport fucking rules.
I watched that movie again a couple of a couple of months ago, and it still holds up. Holy shit, it's so good.
I haven't watched it in a long time, but I wanna watch it again before I travel. Get ready, get prepped for what I'm gonna do.
Oh man, there's this other movie. You might know it off the top of your head. It's a Dolph Lundgren movie.
Is it the part
Brandon
2 to
Lee.
Bloodsport? Oh, okay.
No,
there was
it's like very similar to Bloodsport.
There was a part 2 to Bloodsport. I don't know if it even had the same title. And yeah, it flopped. I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Hold on. Pretty sure it was Brandon Lee. Showdown in Little Tokyo. That's the one.
Made I don't know. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I highly recommend it. Oh my god, it's so awesome. Here's the setup, okay? Dolph Lundgren, the one and the same, 6'4" Ubermensch, fucking like actual Hitler Youth, is a weeb, like a straight up weeaboo in the 1990s. He's also a cop, and he believes in. It's so awesome. He believes in like fighting honorably and gracefully, and he respects like the Japanese deeply because he has like all these taekwondo lessons and stuff, and he's been training with this guy for so long. Brandon Lee, son of Bruce Lee, is an American cop who doesn't believe in any of that stuff, and he's like, it's a waste of time. So they took like the two, like they could have just swapped it, and it would have been a great action movie. And instead, they have it on polar opposites, and now it's like a incredible action movie because you have Dolph Lundgren, who is a really good martial artist. Like that's like pretty well known, but he's doing like all these flip kicks and stuff, and it's probably not him. It's definitely stuntman, but he's doing all this crazy shit. And then Brandon Lee is just like shooting people with fucking nines and like just taking down dudes with like punches, like actual normal martial arts instead of kung fu and stuff. But man, it is such a great fucking movie. There's an opening scene where Dolph Lundgren is like in this dark, shadowy room in a dojo, and he does a kata with a katana, and it's the most just incredible thing. Like, it's so obvious that he has like not just no idea what he's doing, but even like why he's supposed to be doing it. Man, I love that fucking movie.
You know,
it's so
when
great.
You mentioned that though, that's the second time in that same era where Dolph Lundgren was wielding a sword in a movie. So, did you ever see the original Punisher movie?
With Dolph
Lundgren. Did you even know there was one?
No, I thought the first one was the 2004 one with Thomas Jane.
No, search right now Punisher with Dolph Lundgren. There's a scene where he fights a room full of samurai.
What the fuck?
Yes. People didn't believe me that existed. I'm like, yes. There was an original Punisher movie. Yes, you have to. It's fucking terrible. But it's kind of worth a watch. But yeah, he fights a room full of samurai, I believe, with a sword. I don't remember. Maybe he shoots them, but I think he uses a sword. And
that's incredible.
So that's two movies he did that in a row after Rocky.
Man, I miss all the fucking like early 90s, late 80s, like the Schwarzenegger movies. Like, people realized it's cool to have an inhumanely strong man be your lead role and just do shit no one else could do. And so you had Dolph Lundgren, you had fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme, you had
Hulk Hogan,
what's
dude.
his fucking name? Hulk Hogan even. Like, all these dudes just started going to Hollywood instead of, fucking wrestling or bodybuilding or fucking killing themselves in arenas for, a tenth of the pay. And we got some amazing fucking movies out of it. God.
While we're on dumb action movies, so there's a Hulk Hogan one that's fucking atrocious that I saw 4 times when I was a kid. And it's Assault on Devil's Island. Starring Hulk Hogan.
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
So, if you haven't seen that. And then if you want to get into obscure Marvel movies, pre where they were popping, there is a 90s Nick Fury movie starring David Hasselhoff. No, I'm not fucking lying to you.
No shot.
I am not fucking lying to you. No, this is a real thing that exists. I saw it once, and I thought
Shield, 1998. Oh
yeah,
my god! Even just this fucking cover.
So
Holy
I saw
shit.
that the first time on Sci-Fi when I was sick, and I thought I was dreaming it like a fever dream. I didn't think I really saw it. I thought I made it up in my head. I didn't know till years later that it was a real movie.
What the fuck? That is so insane.
Yeah, I was like, remember that time I dreamed David Hasselhoff?
Into the cover.
I think that's a retro, like that's a new cover.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe not. Maybe it is legit.
This attack on Devil's Island also looks really awesome. Terry and then Hulk in parentheses, Hogan.
Yeah.
And Carl Weathers is in this movie? All right, this shit's got a bang.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. You're in for a treat.
Dude, hell yeah.
If there's only one other Hulk movie I know, and that's Three Ninjas 3 High Noon at Mega Mountain. If you want to see the
wasn't aware there was 2 sequels to that beloved film of mine, so I'm glad that exists in my fucking memory palace now.
Dude, I feel ashamed that I knew it
growing up. Fuck me, God.
The first Three Ninjas movie is actually pretty dope.
It's sick. It's awesome. I love that movie.
I like that movie. I don't remember the second one at all, and then the third is fucking. It has some blonde chick, Susan Sarandon, fucking wearing leather, like calling herself Medusa or something, like titties out at the theme park. Yeah, it's pretty fucking. It's bad.
Man,
I've been a giant. Not to sound like a tremendous faggot, but I've been reading these last few weeks, and I have read 3 books, and I'm gonna start rereading some here soon. But I have to say, I'm a giant stan of William Gibson, dude. I can't get over how good these fucking books are. So a couple of weeks ago, I wanted to bring up on the podcast, but I didn't have a chance. I was reading a book called Pattern Recognition, but I was only 5 chapters in, and I fucking hated it. I was so... The first... Like, the openings to the book were so dense, and I thought I was having a fucking stroke reading them. I'm like, I don't understand the words on the page. I'm like, I think I really went retarded in the last few years because I can't read. And then I was looking online, and no, it's everybody has that problem. It just is like this. Sometimes he writes in like short, nonsensical not nonsensical, but dense, short sentences with no. If you don't have any frame of reference or context, like you don't know really exactly what he's talking about. Like, so case in point, there's a lot of talk about fashion in this book. So he's referencing a lot of fashion things. It's just like what he's saying has no meaning to me, and I like can't wrap my head around what's going on for a while until it picks up into like this kind of paranoid post 9/11 thriller. Then I'm like, okay, this book rules. Now I actually love the book. But man, those first 5 chapters were a fucking slog. But I have to say, like, how fucking poignant some of these books. You know, he's known as like the father of cyberpunk, or like, you know, he invented the term cyberspace. Well, yeah. Supposedly in this book, in this sorry, I got sidetracked here.
You're good.
JR might hop on.
Nice.
So, sorry. In this book, he supposedly coined the term gender fluid. And it has a lot to do with the nature of online communities. And he talks about viral content and memes, literally by the word meme, as like calling these videos that are getting circulated, calling them memes. And like he wrote this book in 2000. And so like now everybody says these kind of words. And I don't, no, and I misspoke. It's not gender fluid. It's gender baiting. He said gender baiting. And people use like queer baiting and stuff all the time now. They basically like as far as I know, he coined the term gender baiting in this book. He's pretty like on the pulse for how things are like heading.
Yeah.
Always. And there's a book of his from the 90s. I don't know if you've ever read or heard of it, but it's called Aidoru.
No.
So
the only things I've read of Gibson's are the Sprawl trilogy, which is his most popular stuff, and then there was like an offshoot or like a short story or something like a novella or something also set in that same universe with like Neuromancer and Johnny Mnemonic and all that stuff.
Burning Chrome.
I think, maybe. That might have been it. And I read all that back in high school, so I barely remember it. I really like Gibson, but I don't feel like I have the. See, this is the problem with like being a weird, like cross millennial Zoomer. Like I was born in '95, so I can't really appreciate, I guess, how forward thinking a lot of his stuff was, because when I was growing up, it was like, well, yeah, duh, obviously. So like even from an outside perspective, I can obviously appreciate how, like, I guess genre defining it is, and I guess genre creating in some circumstances. But not as much as someone like, your age or even older could, for sure. But go on.
I think with where I'm going with Oedoru is it is only now really come to the forefront of how far ahead of his shit he was with this one. So obviously Aidoru is like how Japanese people would say like idol. And
right.
Without going too deep into Spoiler City or anything, what it essentially is there's like a really world famous pop star who's big on the net. The World Wide Web was still kind of a new thing, so people were still talking about the net taking over everything. Who's going to marry like a virtual idol, like a virtual pop star. That's just like an AI construct. And people are like losing their shit and they want to know what's going on. And there's a whole cyberpunk sci-fi thriller like thing in there, but like the whole concept that he's bringing up about so it deals a lot with the nature of celebrity and how we become more and more like focused on micro celebrity, which with the rise of like Instagram and TikTok, we're definitely there. And then like the nature of, virtual constructs and falling in love with them and trying to marry them and all this shit. And like, what that all means. And a lot of people came back to this book a few years ago with Hatsune Miku, like, like 10 years ago or so when she was popping, and people were like, oh, it's just like Hatsune Miku. And like, nah, dude, with TikTokers and VTubers, this is where he was.
Bud, it's Hatsune Miku. All right. You get that fucking right. And I would like you to refer to her as, Empress from here on out, yes. But go on.
My bad, dog. But see, that's exactly why you should probably check this book out. See,
a lot of people. That sounds sick, actually. Yeah.
So a lot of people, I think, didn't like this book, especially back then, because it sounded dumb. Like the idea of like, see, like now you grow up in a news cycle where Japanese dudes marry their pillows. So like, it's not even that weird for like, we're like, yeah, okay, shit like this is going to happen. But like in the 90s, people like wrapping their head around that, like we're kind of like, this is some weird future shit. Where it was
definitely, really if you haven't already, I think I talked to you about it when you were first telling me about this off the record, but you should check out China Meeville. You'd be
okay.
You'd probably like his stuff more than I do. Read the Boz Log trilogy. It's Perdido Street Station, and then the other two books, I think it's called The Scar and The Iron Council or something like that. Those are my three favorite books of his, but I've heard all his stuff is really good. Also kind of like Gibson, kind of dense, hard to get into, weird writing style, but like the concepts and the stories are so fucking far ahead of their time. I read Perdido Street Station in high school, or like just after high school, so this is like 10 years ago. And it came out in 2000. So I was blown the fuck away. Like, I could not believe it. It's like steampunk meets like magic. I'm like much more like, when I read books, I always prefer fantasy and epic fantasy and stuff like that, like Lord of the Rings and all the fucking Sanderson stuff. But I can always appreciate like a grounded thriller or something like that. This is like the perfect sort of middle. Like, it is so he's so good at the world building that you don't care about the fact that it's like
Perfect.
all made up, because you're genuinely so bought in to everything that
So-
he's like posed as his reality. It's so fucking great.
Yeah, what you just said is what, because I don't want to turn this whole thing into a fucking book report. So I'm
That'd be
just gonna
so
like,
tight, but I also don't. We're gonna lose our funding.
right. So so I'm gonna wrap it this part with kind of what you were talking about, the world building. I was trying to think why I like Gibson so much, and I can't gel with as many other sci-fi authors and stuff as I can, as like I do with him. And I think it's because it's the same thing that makes the original Star Wars great. And so for me to put this in words,